I'm part of the unit that deals with solid waste management and circular economy issues in India and the Global South. We have a strong presence in the Global South as well. We can discuss later. And good afternoon, good evening to colleagues who are joining us through the live streaming, because the number of people who are joining us through live streaming are probably many times more than the people that we have, colleagues that we have in the room. Now, just for a quick context, we are here for the discussion around the agenda of the inclusion of informal sector. Now, informal sector also includes waste pickers, but informal sector is not only about waste pickers, right? Informal, when we say informal, it has a much broader meaning and connotation. Now, the challenges around the informal waste pickers or informal sector, it goes into decades, right? It has a long history. So, but it started gaining a little more traction since the year 2000, the year when India had its first waste management policy. Okay, that policy had several, I would say, limitations, which got addressed subsequently, and then we got a much more refined version in 2016. But before that, in 2014, India launched its massive flagship program called Swachh Bharat Mission, or Clean India Mission as we know it. Now, so there is very limited data on the informal sector. I mean, we don't really know even today that what is the exact number of the informal sector or the waste pickers. So there are different estimates done by different organizations. Just for quick reference, there's an organization called Chintan who has a long history of working with the informal sector. There's GIZ. We have the director of GIZ with us as a keynote speaker, and then there is International Labour Organization. There is the International Alliance of Waste Pickers. So the number varies from 1.5 million to 4 million, right? But we don't know what exactly is the number, but we are just hovering around these numbers to get an understanding of how big is this sector. Now, why this agenda of inclusion is so relevant and so important in the current context, right? So if you look at the SWM phase 2 in particular, which kicked off in 2021, it coined few very important terms called waste to wealth, called circular economy, and which is of course about sustainable ecosystem of business around waste and waste products. Now the concept of circular economy revolves around many key elements like waste minimization, like resource recovery, segregation, and keeping the materials in use for as long as possible. That is the core principle of circular economy as we understand it in simplified terms. It also emphasizes on reuse and refurbish, recycle and recover, energy recovery, and regenerate natural system, which is mostly associated with use of or how we process and treat the organic waste, the biodegradable waste, something that we take from the nature, we should give it back to nature. And the principle of circular economy also highlights bringing the environmental, social, and economic benefit to all the stakeholders, particularly the waste generators, means all of us. We generate waste 24/7, okay? So we also have the responsibility of being a part of that thing. Now, why did we do this study? So this event is meant to both deliberate on the agenda and also release the report and share whatever little bit we have been able to find out, so that we can trigger a discussion. And we have a lot of celebrated speakers with us. We'll talk about them. So, despite, I mean, there are some legal mandates as I speak. There are some legal mandates in the Solid Waste Management Rule 2016 itself, but these legal mandates are mostly discretionary for the states and the union territories and the local governments. When I say local governments, it is both panchayats and the urban local bodies. Because the number of panchayats in India is probably, I mean, many-fold bigger than the number of ULBs. Just for a figure, we have 250,000 panchayats in the country, while we have roughly about 4,500 ULBs, right? And then in terms of population distribution, it's almost like 65-35, like 65% of our population are administered and governed by the panchayats, while the rest are governed by the urban local bodies. And informal sectors are active in both these spaces, urban and rural. So even though our study mostly confined within the urban space, but the problem also spills over to the rural landscape as well. Now, the two critical terms in this title, integration of informal sector. So these two terms, integration and informal, are mostly left to perception of the people's institutions and government. And whatever they have done till now revolved around how they perceived the meaning of these two terms. So the study attempted to answer a big question or a bigger question, that are we looking at the informal sector from a purely welfare point of view? Because India is a welfare state by constitution. So here, are we talking about 2 million poor, underprivileged, marginalized population, and we have to ensure their survival, just like a typical welfare state does? Or are we looking at them as a partner, as a stakeholder in our thoughts, in our design, or in our dreams for a circular economy around solid waste management? So this is exactly what our endeavor has been. And this agenda is also relevant in the global south. Make no mistake about it, right? India, of course, is a very important country in the global south. But when I talk about global south, there are countries, especially in the sub-Saharan Africa, where they rely on this super efficient workforce, as we call them, informal sector, because they do not have the money or resources or national budget allocation or the administrative and political priority or the institutional arrangement to deal with the solid waste management the way India deals with it. So they are looking at this sector as someone who has probably a little bigger stake as compared to the formal government machineries or even the private sector, the way the current Indian landscape of solid waste management is placed right now. So we are joined by a lot of colleagues from Africa. I know that for a fact. A lot of them reach out to us and they are watching us right now. So this discussion will probably give them a lot of insights, like how do they take this agenda forward. And this study was conducted to the door, and it has taken us almost a year to document as many as 10 different models in 10 different cities. Actually, the number of cities we visited is much more than 10, but eventually we boiled down to 10 because those 10 were worth documenting and worth sharing with everyone. Today, we'll release the report in presence of a pool of celebrated practitioners, policymakers, thought leaders, implementers, and most importantly, the community representatives themselves. We have few colleagues from the informal sector who will speak for themselves, and hope you have a copy of the agenda today so you can take a look at that. I just want to make a small announcement and also apologize for the mistake. In the second session, after tea, it is reading there are names and then it reads waste picker. Please forgive us for mentioning that, because while waste picker connects to an occupation, but in social term, it is not something that we frequently use. So I have been corrected by many people. So they represent a specific organization, whichever city they are working for. And when we introduce them with their proper profile, whichever city they're coming from. And during this journey of the study, we have received overwhelming support from all the city, from all the stakeholders, the officials, the community of the informal sector or waste picking community. And without their support, this study wouldn't have been possible. Regarding the event, so we'll start with a small presentation by Mo. She will summarize the key findings, takeaways, and what are the possible way forwards. Following the presentation, we will invite the keynote speakers for today on the stage, and they will reflect on some of the findings while they share their own perspective of how do they see this landscape moving forward. And then we have a session with the colleagues from the informal sector from different cities. We'll introduce them all and they will speak for themselves. There is one, we have a small video from the city of Chandigarh, where the colleague couldn't be with us physically, but her message is with us. It's a small, just 2.5 minutes video. We'll share that with all of you. Followed by that, we'll do a panel discussion and where we will be asking targeted questions. You all can see who all are there in the panel. And so those targeted questions are specifically aligned with their profiles and their backgrounds. So they will also reflect on them. And then we'll open up the floor for question and answer. And so please keep your questions noted somewhere so that when it is time, you can ask the question and also mention who you want the question to answer to. So that's it for now for me. So let me just leave the floor now and invite my colleague Mohsen Gupta for the presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much and good morning, everyone. We are already delayed by 10-15 minutes. What happened? Oh, he's sharing, I think. Okay. Okay. At this very moment in Geneva, as global attention centers on the Global Plastic Treaty, a process that is closely related to the livelihood of the people in concern for whom we are here today. We have gathered today. And the negotiators from member states are working tirelessly to devise mechanisms of a just transition for all affected community, including the waste speakers, should the treaty come in force. Despite this global momentum, we still struggle to formally acknowledge the vital role waste speakers play in managing plastic waste and the significant socio-economic and environmental contributions they make. This treaty has the potential to be a true game changer over 20 million individuals worldwide who work with their hands in waste, keep our environment clean. Now, reflecting back on our study, we found that integration is like a spectrum. There is no one size fits all solution. Different models with its own sets of challenges are coexisting across this continuum in different degrees. And reflecting on our study, we found that integration, as I mentioned, is just like a spectrum. I mean, we did not find any certain model which you can recommend is the best model so far. So I will just quickly share the objectives of our study. So it evaluates existing models of integration. It examines the modalities of integration. It identifies the elements of replicability for the urban local bodies. It tried to examine current landscapes of policies and its gaps and probable reforms required. It offers a simplified framework outlining key steps of integration for the urban local bodies or cities. And the methodology combined a mixed methodology, which included the stakeholders' interviews, focus group discussions, case studies, and publicly available documents, guidelines, etc. And also we conducted intensive field works, visiting all the facilities related to waste management value chain. And also we tried to do the assessment, validated it from the cities with the available documents. And again, our study is not beyond the limitations. So as I say that there is no universally applicable models we are recommending, and there's definitely time and resource constraints, and the subjectivity or researcher's bias is also there. As per definition, unfortunately, that there is no universal definition is available. However, as Atin already mentioned, that there are some bits and bits mentioned about their role and responsibilities in Rules 2016. It is said that the other individuals or group who are individually engaged in collection and recovery. In International Labour Organization, it said that it defines informal sector as they do waste management as individual or groups without being registered and without being formally charged for doing that. UN Habitat also say that they are the individuals who collect items and materials from public spaces and they sell the recyclables. And again, International Alliance of Waste Speaker also says that they are as individuals who participate individually or collectively in the collection or sorting and others, rest of the activities. But what is evident from all these different definitions is that they are informally engaged in waste management, either as individuals or as groups. They operate without being registered or being formally charged in general. They are engaged in collection and recovery of the materials, and they are responsible for recycling of materials. And what is evident uh, from this definitions is that, and from our understanding of the study through the study, is that they contribute in the following manner. Number one, socioeconomic and environmental benefits, and they fill the gap of the waste management system or services as such the urban local bodies have, and they save cost for the urban local body, cost of collection and transportation, cost of waste management system as such, and they efficiently they're efficient in resource recovery. So for example, if I talk about from the cities we have conducted studies, most of the cities have source segregation more than 90%. So it says that it's their job, what they are doing actually, this informal waste sectors or waste pickers per se. In Pune, for example, if we talk about the cost saving, around 115 crores per year is being saved by the waste because the primary waste collection through their primary waste collection services. And as we all are aware that globally around 20% of the recycling is being done by this sector. Under such circumstances, we found that it is extremely crucial for the urban local bodies to acknowledge these contributions, and they should integrate them. And when we say integrate, we have found these major components along with others that includes, they should have an inclusive identification policies. This sector should be recognized and given priority. There should be job security and enabling working conditions for them, and there should be guaranteed access to waste, and most importantly social security and welfare should be accompanied with integration process as such. So our study covered these 10 cities, each representing different models and degrees of integration. Some are cooperative led, or some are civil society run, some are operated by SHGs. For some urban local, for some it is just entirely the urban local bodies who are running the show. However, due to time constraints, I will be presenting insights from only 6 cities today, and the rest you can find in the study. We found that the integration of the informal sector in Indian cities has been largely inadequate. Progress has only been possible in cities where waste pickers have fought collectively through unions or cooperatives or waste picker organizations. So I will start with Bengaluru. It's a DWCC, it's called Dry Waste Collection Centers. We all are, it's a very celebrated model itself, so we all are aware of it. So Bengaluru became the first city in India to issue occupational ID card for the waste pickers in 2011. And in 2013, 11 resource organizations were officially mandated to set up and manage DWCCs across Bengaluru, with waste pickers allowed to operate them. So in this flow chart, you can see that the blue line is talking about the waste trail or waste flow. So in Bengaluru, waste pickers are authorized to collect dry wastes from in alternative days or certain days in a week from the resources from the generation sources of waste generation, and they bring it to their own DWCC. So in 198 wards, there are DWCCs in each and every wards. In some cases, it's clubbed with 2 or 3 wards, and they bring it to the DWCC. They sort it, and then they sell the recyclables. So in this entire model, their incomes come only from the selling of the recyclables, and the city or BBMP has provided them the land or the place to establish the DWCC, and also the maintenance cost of the vehicle, which is though irregular for in terms of the support. And what we found worked well in Bengaluru. The municipal bylaw itself acknowledged their role, and each DWCC is managed by a local waste picker, and they call it waste entrepreneurs, and who employs 10 to 12 more waste pickers in their particular DWCCs. And this system provides livelihood to an estimated 250 to 400 waste pickers around the city, and there is absolute right to waste for them. And what gaps we have identified, that no minimum wage or right to collect user charges is being assigned to them. There is irregular support from the city, both financial and administrative way, and it is resulting to the unviability of the DWCCs. What you have found, you can see in the study itself. And there is instability of the model with administrative change in the city. Right now, the contract has not been renewed, and there is a big change, administrative change is happening in Bangalore, which is affecting their livelihood as well. Now I'll talk about Chandigarh. Chandigarh is a dual model where 900 waste pickers have been assigned to go along with the waste collection vehicle and collect waste door to door, along with awareness generation for source segregation and rest of it. And there is another model where 40 waste pickers who used to scavenge waste from the dump sites. After the remediation of the dump site, there was an MRF established nearby the dump site, which is called Pink MRF, where they have been deployed as waste workers. And in both the cases, there is minimum wage ensured, and the Pink MRF waste workers are like the 9 to 5 job. It's a typical formal setup for them. So as you can see in this model, that for the door-to-door set or the door-to-door model, they're collecting from the sources and it's being channelized accordingly. They don't have access to waste. Only some sort of bulky waste is they can sell, and the rest is that their wage, they have a minimum wage. And in Pink MRF also, there's a fixed wage, and they only just sort and bale the waste. They don't have access to the waste, right? Then what we found went well in Chandigarh model. This a strong administrative will was present. That's why it could happen. There's minimum guaranteed wage for both the models, and enhanced socioeconomic status for the waste pickers, especially who are working in the Pink MRF. They feel that they are part of municipal sanitation workforce, and there is source segregation is ensured, and revenue from recyclables to the city is going. I mean, city is basically with their efficiency from Pink MRF and other MRFs, they're getting revenue. Gaps, we identify challenges in renewal of the contract as leadership changed, as I said in the case of Bengaluru also, and no rights to the recyclables, and no provisions for increasing the income, since they don't have the right on the waste itself. I'll talk about Karad model. Karad colleagues are there today with us. So Karad is a very small city having 90,000 or something population. So in Karad, when the dump site was remediated, only 21 waste pickers used to work there, as it's a very small city. And they were, I mean, one integrated solid waste management facility was established, and they were integrated into that model. So they are in the facility, they are doing some sorting, they are doing baling, they are doing composting also. But there is, the time we did the study, there is no kind of contract and agreement. It's basically on the urban local bodies recommendation. Whoever is a concessionaire is being appointed to run that facility is supposed to take or employ those waste pickers. So this is how their work is going. As you can see, there's fixed wage paid for them by the contractor who is responsible for running that facility. And what went well in a Karad model, ULB plays a supportive or enabling role, and revenue is being generated with their efficiency by the ULBs, and there is job security to some extent, because ULB is pushing for that they have to be taken for the job, and the minimum wage is ensured for them, and it's definitely cost saving for the ULB, because they are efficient, they are doing so segregation, they did not need to the capacity building effort separately. And gaps, we have identified no agreement with the ULB, integration based on goodwill and mutual trust, not a binding one like agreement in other facilities, and no access to waste for the waste pickers, and less opportunity to increase income because of less without having access to waste, and lack of stability and formal recognition, which needs to be enhanced. Then I'll talk about Shillong, and we always celebrate certain models, but Shillong, we believe that Shillong is such a model. Given some enabling environment, some other course corrections, Shillong can emerge as one of the greatest models of integration. Shillong colleagues are there also with us. So in Shillong in 2014, SAG was formed, and it was registered with the help of Alliance of Indian Waste Pickers organizations, and the ID card was given, and that same ID card helps them to get health benefits and checkups and all. And so Shillong is a kind of also two model, dual model. One is there are around 120 waste pickers who travel along with the vehicle. So Shillong has a collection mechanism with two different vehicles, one for wet waste, another for dry waste. So these waste pickers travel along with the dry waste vehicle. They help in the segregation and collecting the recyclables, and they have the right to sell it. And there are around 75-80 waste pickers who work in the Martem dump site, where they get the recyclables collected. And Shillong has registered around 12 recyclers, and they have given space in their dump site itself. So the waste collectors or waste pickers need not to collect it to somewhere else to sell it. So they can get to sell it over there only. So as you can see in Shillong also, so this is a waste trail. So their income comes from the sale of the recyclables in both the cases, for the door-to-door collection and also in the dump site. And what went well in Shillong, it ensures source segregation. It saves cost because Shillong is a very low cost model, and it saves cost for the city in absence of adequate funding. And there is access to waste and high rate of recyclability, and it reduces burden on the landfill. And as I said, it's a low cost model. What gap we have identified, there is inadequate facilities and work environment which has to be ensured by the city. And there is exposure to the hazardous condition, the people who are working on the dump site. And it need more formal recognition, comprehensive enumeration and registration is needed. And the income is little unstable in absence of ensured wage. Thiruvananthapuram colleagues are also there with us. So a significant innovation in Kerala's waste management strategy was an establishment of the Haritha Karmasena mission in 2017, which operates under the Kudumashri program we all aware, which is a flagship poverty eradication and women empowerment initiative. Today, the Haritha Karmasena mission under their garbage-free campaign employs around 1,200, or the number maybe have changed when we did the study, members across 100 wards in TMC or Thiruvananthapuram Municipal Corporation. It was designed to integrate SHGs, informal sector workers, into the formally structured waste management system. So with each member serving approximately 250-300 households, and they collect mainly the dry wastes and they sort it, and they have the, they're selling it, the recyclables, and they also collect the user fees from the sources. And what went well, definitely state initiative is also an important agenda here, and then minimum wage is assured by the local self government departments, and source segregation is ensured, cost saving for the city, and a lot of livelihood has been generated because it's a decentralized model. There are more than 70 decentralized resource waste processing facilities are existing. And the waste pickers or the Haritha Karmasena warriors have the access to waste, and there is high rate of recyclability, and they have registered more than 300 aggregators, the ULB, and there is right to collection of the user fees. What we have found that it stressed more on the urban poor community rather than the waste picker per se. Maybe the structure or the socioeconomic structure of that city is that sort. So that is what we have found is typically is making it a different model from the other models. Lastly, but not least, it's Pune. So we all are quite aware about Pune. So Pune is having around 4,000 waste pickers working in a Swachh cooperative in an agreement with PMC or Pune Municipal Corporation, where they are collecting waste from around 9 lakh properties. They have the access to waste or recyclables, and they're covering the around 65-70% of the city's primary collection system, and they have the unique authority to collect user fees from the citizens itself. And Pune's decentralized system, where waste pickers engage in direct waste segregation at source, they are ensuring waste segregation because they have kind of personal interaction with the citizens, and the recycling rates, it's way higher than any other cities in Pune because of their contribution, definitely. So again, the source segregation, cost saving, livelihood generation, access to waste, and high rate of recyclability are the common factors in Pune. And the unique thing is that the authority to collect user fees, and it's a cooperative led initiative, and it has a great community participation. And there is emerging challenges as the administrative changes in the urban local body and the leadership changes, and Pune is also facing similar kind of challenges what Bengaluru is facing. So coming to the next slide, we have just tried to kind of summarize the key parameters of integration as we found. So you can see the city's name here, like enumeration, the cities who have done the enumeration properly, it's there. Then the registration and job card available. So still the Aurangabad model we did is a civil society run model, so it's not an entire city model. So you can see a lot of gaps in Aurangabad model, because enumeration, registration, and cities waste management totally in the cities when they are not incorporated. And then you can see, I mean, you'll get into the study also, it is there. So here we can see more or less Thiruvananthapuram and Pune are going, in such a manner that they have this all the facilities or the parameters covered, what we actually outlined as parameters for integration. Now we have done a small income analysis for the way speakers for these models, where depending on the daily working hours, what actually they are earning. And what we have found that Pune, basically the Swatch model in Pune stands out for its partnership involving the municipal corporation and waste speaker run cooperative, offering access to waste, social benefits, and flexible work arrangement without a formal employer-employee relationship. And so Pune is the Puram also, that this average earning has now been increased. So they will talk more about it. But this is what we have. And what is remarkable here, the working hour, the flexibility of the working hour, which Pune model is basically showing that it's way more better than the other models. Then now I'll come into the key takeaways. Why integration is so limited in the cities according to us. So we have captured in two different way. One is from the waste speakers more perspective, another is from the ULB's point of view. So waste speakers, uh, they basically lack the collective bargaining or negotiation capacity, because it's very difficult for them to organize themselves. I don't know. They have a fear of losing flexibility of working hour if being integrated, because more flexibility in working hour means more chances or opportunities to earn more money. And also there's a strong pushback from the formal sanitation workforce from them. There is an eternal conflict to kind of deploy them in the system. And from the ULB's perspective, there is limited legal mandate. I'll talk about it in detail in the later slides. There is delayed implementation of policies and schemes. For example, Namaste, I'll talk about it also. So it should be speed up. And there's absence of standardized enumeration process. Cities even are not aware how many waste speakers are actually existing in their cities. And there is the volatility and unpredictable availability of the waste, because most of them are migratory. It is very difficult to get them in a consistent manner. That there is limited political and administrative will at all levels, limited capacity among ULBs and the officials to deal with the informal sector, and there is over dependence on technology and private players. Then key takeaways to the enabling legal mandate to foster integration. As Atin also mentioned about Solid Waste Management Rules 2016, we have also captured that it defined the waste speaker, and it advised the state to strategize and make policies. It's in an advisory mode, as we said. It called for development of broad guidelines, and ULBs are instructed to facilitate SHG formation, give them ID cards. These all are in a very advisory. It's not a mandate for the urban local bodies. And then we have already seen the draft Solid Waste Management Rules 2024, and it's about to come in around October 25. So we have some aspirations, some expectations from that rules also. So there should be a clear guideline, and in the draft rule we have seen MOHUA has been asked to develop comprehensive guidelines and to assist the urban local bodies or UDDs to enhance this process of integration. And in the draft rule we have seen the responsibilities and roles for the rural development departments is much clearer than for it is for the UDDs, so which needs to be clarified in the upcoming rules. And from the state level advisory board, rules 2016 had a mandate that at least one representation from waste speakers organization should be there in the state advisory level board. But the draft rules 24 has completely omitted that section. So which is important for us to advocate for that. And there is a centralized online portal is about to be established, which has a lot of potential to be transparent and good thing for the waste speakers or community. But there should be comprehensive capacity building training both for the urban local bodies and for the waste speakers and waste speaker organization to be able to manage this centralized portal. Then how integration of informal sector made a difference. We have already mentioned that it achieved very high level of segregation, substantially reduced the cost of collection, ensured maximum recovery and recycling. It managed waste for bulk waste generators also, given upskilling them, giving them proper training, they can manage waste for the bulk waste generators. They efficiently manage MRFs, secondary sorting facilities. They diverted waste from going to the landfill. They proved to be substantially cost saving for the urban local bodies. They created livelihoods opportunities for waste speakers. They operated with minimum emission, because in most of the cases they run the push carts or manual vehicles, which is basically reducing the emission. And the effective integration needed leadership from civil societies, cooperatives and federation, etc. I'll talk about Namaste. For some time, we have representatives from MOSG and NSKFDC. They are going to talk about it. The National Action for Mechanized Sanitation Ecosystem, launched by Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment and MOHUA in 2023, and was expanded in 2024 to include waste speakers as a key component, recognizing their vital role in waste management. The scheme aims to formalize and empower waste speakers by offering occupational ID cards, safety trainings, personal protection equipments, health insurance, skill development, and financial inclusion. It supports their integration into formal system through SHGs, cooperatives, and management of dry waste collection centers. Namaste promotes inclusive and sustainable practices aligned with solid waste management rules, mandates, or their guidelines. And this way enabling ULBs to leverage waste speakers' contribution to segregation, recycling, and resource recovery. So these are the basic 10 parameters or components Namaste is offering, which looks promising, and definitely it aligns with the concept of integration we are kind of trying to promote. And also the rules 2016, although do not have proper guidelines and mandates for the cities, but basically these are the parameters of integration what Namaste is also aligned with. Then key criteria for integration are unrestricted access to waste according to us or our study findings, and there should be proper space for sorting, job identity cards issued by urban local body to save them from harassments and protect them from other ill treatments, and dignified working conditions with basic amenities, right to sell recyclables in the open market, and securing housing without eviction threats, health and safety protections. And what is our motto is integrate and upgrade, not exclude or replace. I got this particular phrase from Harshad, our colleague from Pune. Thanks to Harshad. And thank you all. And I would like to invite Shrotik also here, because he is the co-author. He has also helped me with it. Shrotik. Thank you so much. Yeah, we'll do the release and we'll come already.
Okay, thank you so much, Mo, for the presentation. If I may now request Dr. Rachna Arora, Sri Prabhat Kumar Singh, and Sri V.S. Rana to please come to the stage and take their seats. Okay, so it is time to release the report. So I will request the esteemed keynote speakers. We don't really kind of bind the reports with ribbons and all. And as soon as the report is released, we will distribute printed copies with all the participants, all the colleagues who are present right here. And we will also upload the report. The report has already been uploaded in the portal, so we'll share the download link with whosoever wants to share the report. And also the colleagues who are watching us through the live streaming, will put that in the chat box so that you can hit the link and download the report from there. So if I may request all the esteemed keynote speakers to please do the formalities. And Mo and Shrotik and other colleagues, please join us on the stage. This is okay. Thank you. Thank you. All right. So now it's time to introduce the keynote speakers for their address. All right. So the first speaker for the day is Dr. Rachna Arora, Director Climate Change and Circular Economy from GIZ. She has been working with GIZ on bilateral project focusing on resource efficiency, circular economy, marine litter, and resource management nexus with climate change. She's a TEDx speaker on circular economy and has recently published a book titled Innovating for the Circular Economy, Devising Sustainable Transformation with Taylor and Francis, CRC Press, involving for the circular economy, driving sustainable transformation. She holds a doctoral degree in environmental chemistry from Indian Institute of Technology, Roorkee. She is a member of several government and private sector-led committees on circular economy, like the Interdepartmental Committee set up by Niti Aayog. It's a policy think tank of Government of India. Sectoral committees on circular economy action plan with Ministry of Information Technology and Communication, Ministry of Housing and Urban Poverty Alleviation, etc. She is also a working group member of the FICCI Circular Economy Committee to support industry research and dialogues on circular economy. She is also on the advisory board of Jobs of Circular Economy initiative launched by Circle Economy Foundation Amsterdam and the International Labour Organization, and the Solutions for Youth Employment S4YE program of the World Bank Group. So thank you so much, Dr. Rachna, for joining us today. The floor is now yours. I'll just help you with your presentation. So you can.
Thanks, Atin. This was quite an elaborate description or a profile of mine. It was not that brief. So sorry for that. Next time, I think I try to keep it very minimal. Congratulations to the team from CSC for a very wonderful report. And I'm sure 1 year is what you're mentioning, but it really requires a lot of at least hard work to go down. And I'm really looking forward to the two ministries at least present here to take forward these recommendations, because I'm sure there's a lot of work that has gone into, and these are just the 10 models that are there, a lot which is already in preparation and a lot that is not maybe covered still. So I'm sure there's a lot of work required when it comes to its implementation on the recommendation, especially when we are looking forward to an SWM policy coming soon as a final draft. So what I present today is again a lot of work experiences that we have as GIZ. Most of you know GIZ, so I'm not going into that. But when it comes to the inclusion of informal sector, we have worked quite a lot with the different state governments, with the Ministry of Environment largely, with Ministry of Housing, Urban Affairs as well, and with a lot of civil society actors. I see quite known faces also here. So there has been a lot of work that has gone into. And when I look at now, when we were also compiling this input into it, I think still a lot of things remain the same. In fact, just the last week I read in NCERT, and I don't know how many of you have actually read in English textbook of NCERT, they've actually brought together a story about a guy, it's called The Lost Spring. Just read through it. It's very emotional, I would say. it is still not bringing out the perspective from an informal, because of course, someone, Anis Young, she's the author who's written it. But I think when I read it, I was like, okay, this is not the right messaging, still how people look at this sector and the potential that they bring into. So different perspectives, and as I think, Atin, you mentioned, and the report also brings out, it is a perception how we see this sector. Every ministry, every government, every state government, the 10 of them who are actually doing something, really applaud to them, because you're actually acknowledging the efforts. And it requires a lot of effort. What Trivandrum is doing is a bylaw, is by law. It is not a charity. So business models will never work on charity. I think that's why, and the policies also, don't require a charitable kind of a discussion. It's about a business model. So you really require formal jobs, and you require a space where these people perform in a very formal setting. So if I look at this, again, this is an old GIZ publication, but as I said, things haven't changed. When you look at it, the first and foremost bit, which I think Mo was clearly elaborating, is about access to waste. And I think this remains. This remains from the previous work, which we have done in Pune, Kolkata, a lot of these cities, along with the actors sitting here in Delhi with Chintan as well. So I think when we talk about recycling, we actually don't realize it's about infrastructure. It is about people. So it is about the lives and how they employ. And I look at the numbers, you mentioned something, 20,000 per month incomes and others. So people have that, again, a perception, no, the informal actually makes a lot of money, but they make money on their own lives also. They sacrifice, again, a lot of child labor into these not sanitized environment. We would not like our kids to be around as well. So again, the picture speaks for itself. I don't want to go into it, but the conversation is about efficiency. When we talk about circular economy, efficiency, we do talk about manual labor, which needs to be acknowledged. And there is about equity and transition and just transition when we actually look at it. As GIZ, of course, we do a lot of capacity building. We make a lot of tools, not just from the German perspective. We really want these tools, these methods, because the government says, if I want an SWM policy, and we've seen across the multiple rules of SWM, plastic waste, e-waste, they are moving towards traceability. When you move towards traceability, you really look at what is my material flow. As a city government, as a state government, district panchayat, where is it that the waste is actually landing? Which are my hotspots, and how do I set up a revenue flow? We use, it's again not, I would say, it is a German tool, definitely, but it looks at a very structured inputs. We have done a lot of trainings to the urban local bodies, to practitioners to organize this. And 100 cities across the world, this has been used. Again, not a very large number, especially when we look at India, but we've also adapted it to the Indian context. In fact, in Trivandrum also, we've used this, where the study clearly points out, again, 40 to 50% of the waste is what the informal sector gets across. So I think this, again, is a very decision-making tool that helps the government to see the material flows, but also who has the access and where is it that the waste actually goes into. The other, I think, just from, as I said, across the world, both in Africa and multiple countries, we work across this topic, because it is something where we really consider it is about, when you talk about sustainable development, this is one element on waste or waste to wealth or circular economy, you really need to address it. So these are some of our, at least I would say, enabling frameworks that we look at, whether you come up with policies which are on extended producer responsibility or other models. We really need to talk about cooperation, about social acceptability, and of course the political will is key. So I'll go through briefly into how do you look at SZG. So a lot of recommendations, of course, are what we saw in the presentations from Mao as well. But the point is political will, and again, going back to Trivandrum or to Pune as well, it is about the local champions, whether they are in the city government or in the state level, taking a decision that, yes, we really on board. And we create structures by which it becomes legal, issuing ID cards, issuing, again, social security benefit, and also looking at skilling, because that's definitely required. The waste that we have currently is changed a lot from the waste that we had 15 years back. So it's complex, and we are moving as an economy to look at circular economy solutions, We want traceability into our waste stream. So definitely we look at skilling and entrepreneurship as an area where investments really need to come in, both from the government and also possibly by the private sector, and of course organizations like ours, and of course the skill development ministry again to look at. So our take definitely for circular economy, again, just to reiterate, recognize, empower, and look at integrating. And this is a picture from the work that we have done with Trivandrum as well. So recognize before you actually regulate. The models that you have actually heard worked on the ground as well, whether it's on plastics, electronic waste, or on dry waste for solid waste. Value creation is definitely needed before we really look at what is the value, why should they actually formalize, and of course just transition as elaborated. Access to segregated waste, I think that's one of the clear learning. Again, this model we had as called Alag Karo, some of you would already know it. We did it in Gurgaon with two private companies, with Tetra Pak and Coca-Cola. And this was almost for 3.5 years that we were working on this project. Not really looking at source segregation, but then just seeing how do you create waste entrepreneurs, how do you actually formalize the dry waste, high quality recycling, where of course there are increased additional incomes. I would say 3 of the dry waste collection centers are actually operated by the waste workers, and of course the monthly income for the centers have also increased. So clear as lesson, or the thing is about, if you provide access, you really look at prosperity for the sector. Skilling and placement, as I was already saying, Ministry of course, we already have skill, but the Skill Council also has courses which are designed both in Hindi and English towards waste management. When you look through it, it still requires, I'm sure, like the from these reports also, it can be adapted. The point is, who is looking at doing these kind of training? Some cities, even when we say these cities, Trichy, Bangalore, and Varanasi, where we are active as projects, the projects, of course, look at low carbon waste solutions where informal workers do play a very clear role. So looking at waste characterization to different forms of composition of waste that they are accessing, and how do you look at even composting solutions where they have a role to play when it comes to. So definitely the lesson for us is, if you look at skilling, you cannot say, I want 10 people in my room at 10 to 3. They will not come, because for them, it's important to make the living for that day, to get that earning out, and maybe not to attend a training session throughout the day. So definitely, if you look at skilling, it has to be adapted. It has to be according to the, it has to be flexibly designed, and maybe giving them a better recognition when it comes to through formal systems as well. Skill building, again, a few examples from Varanasi, Patna, and Trichy. There also we looked at setting up a pink MRF, we do call it, the sustainability of this pink MRF, because this is an MRF which is run by women. The city officials who were working there initially when this was set up really liked the ideas. But then, of course, when we looked at a change in the personnel, then there were questions. Now, why do you want only women to run these pink MRF? And the sustainability of those also gets questioned. So I think in your report, the pink MRF has a different context, while in our case, it is the MRFs which are run just by women operators. So that's why I think looking at new businesses, material flows, calling them as cooling agents, I think one of the reports that Chintan had actually worked out, or cleaning agents, it depends how you want to do it. But as I said, the waste is getting complex. So in the dry waste collection centers or in the MRFs, you have textiles, where traceability is becoming a big topic, even though there's no policy on textiles. That's an area, again, where there's a lot of skilling required, and it's possible to add more incomes to it. So that's another area that is coming up when it comes to some market linkages, and of course, need for capital, which SBM does provide, but still needs a lot more further. Gender responsive activities, as I was already mentioning, the example from Patna, where we set up this pink MRF again, together with Mahua and MOFCC, this work was done. So identifying who are the women informal sector collectors, training them on the readiness, and of course, continuing this, looking at sorting, characterization of the waste that they are handling. Tailor-made models for women needs is definitely one of the learnings that we need to adapt to. Someone mentioned about the time where they kind of also, like you look at formal jobs. So from that point of view, but here, of course, if you really work with a gender lens, you really need to look at what and how do you actually set up these kind of measures which are run by just by women. So linkage to the government's social schemes, of course, we'll just hear about the Namaste scheme, but identifying and looking at these relevant schemes, no? They could be entire, no? And I think there's a lot coming from there, so I'll not highlight it. But what we have tried to do, again, looks very small numbers for 3 cities, 305 members have been linked to some of these schemes, whether it's Ayushman Bharat or Jan Dhan insurance scheme. We haven't worked actually so much on the Namaste scheme. So definitely for us, a big opportunity to look through now this scheme and the access in the 5 cities or 6 cities where we are active. This comes from Ghana, so maybe some of the people who have joined online as well. Just because this, again, I bring in a best practice, but a best practice is on integrating the informal. So very similar models, again, all led by the informal. When it comes to traceability, one of the, and I think when you mentioned in the SWM rule currently, that section has been actually removed. It's also because the government is looking at traceability, where again, it comes a question, okay, how do you bring in traceability when it's informal sector? So this example, quite crucial. It looks at IoT-based technologies to map the transactions, and multiple agencies in India also work around this. But whether that access to the informal and IoT works as a combination is something that needs to be checked. And there are, as I said, examples even from Bangalore and other, which are in progress, because legally it's not covered in the rules. So it's very difficult to say that it's viable. But at least from Ghana, there are these models which are also running around, largely from e-waste to 30, again, informal collectors trained. So the message there, of course, recognize, empower before we talk about formalization. Coming to, this is my second last slide, largely looking from EPR, Extended Producer Responsibility, which has been, of course, set up largely to look at circular economy products. So EPR might also get introduced very soon, even for textiles. But right now it is on 6 waste streams, e-waste to batteries to plastics as well. And there's a lot of discussion. We have the GPD discussions already happening right now at Geneva. But the point is, there are challenges when we see with the informal sector. And this is the work we have done under our marine litter project with 3 states. We've worked quite closely with the government on EPR, and we've really seen how EPR bypasses this entire segment. We haven't been able to push to it. So thanks at least to CSC and multiple organizations, even UNDP does a lot of conversations on this. So really we are looking at how do you still look at mainstreaming it, especially with the EPR portal registration, where and how do they play a role when it comes to the formal setups which are coming. And of course, registering informal, cooperative, or an SHG right now with the current structure, not allowed. Only possibility that we see is if an urban local body, and that's why these 10 corporations or the 10 examples that you've mentioned, if they're all registered as an urban local body on an EPR portal, which most of the ULBs nowadays are registering, I think it would be really good if the urban local bodies start to make this discussion with the CPCBs or with the MOFCC or with the state pollution control boards to really emphasize registration of these the SHGs, maybe Swachh model, or in Trivandrum between the Clean Kerala company and in fact, the state government of Kerala also has an EPR policy on plastic specifically. So I think these elements still need a lot of push, but ideally could come also from the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs. I bring in again this example, most of you would know it from Brazil, ASMARE, which is an association of the informal workers. So like in India, we have multiple of those associations. This largely looks at promoting again the role for the associations or collectives to play that role, that where exactly can you talk about PRO-led models of waste pickup programs, and of course the contracts which are done with the associations and not directly with the urban local bodies. And they also look at trading the EPR certificates or the directly with or recycling certificates to the brands. So it's possible. We can also look at maybe a cooperative getting registered as a plastic waste processor. So linking it to the plastics, because that's something more tangible that we can talk about related to EPR. Maybe Trivandrum could be one of the examples to actually start with it because they already have a very legal setup on informal. Just a last summary slide, what needs to, of course, change. A lot of it already mentioned from the study as well. Increased waste workers' income does not ensure improved living conditions. Till the other aspects, as I mentioned about social security, EPR registrations and others are not kind of. So a lot to do, fixed working hours, for instance, access to the Namaste scheme. As I said, we ourselves have actually not started to promote this scheme in the 5 or 6 cities where we are quite active. So that's one area to work at. And definitely it would have challenges. Every city would react differently, or every setup in different cities would have a different take to it. So from our side, maybe for the SWM upcoming formal or the notified SWM policy, it would be good to look at mandating inclusion indicators, because it's very good to put a term everywhere, informal integration, or include the informal sector, but what does it mean? So mandating indicators, especially when you look at traceability, EPR, is definitely a need. Co-creating a supporting framework, and I think both the ministries would actually reflect on that. Ensuring waste workers are provided with the means of livings, as we just said, again, looking through CSR, or at least with the brands. There were engagements which were done in multiple cities, again, with brand. But after the EPR coming in, especially for plastics, some of those models don't function anymore, because this question or the implementation has changed quite a lot. The 10 models that were presented, again, are, I would not say they are pilots. Some of them are really taken up. But looking at how does the scale, how do you actually look at scaling up these models, and funding mechanisms? If we really link it to climate and low carbon waste solutions, and for plastics, there are mechanisms, clean hub, repurpose. A lot of them actually look at formalizing, look at ethical sourcing of plastics. So these are models which even the civil society who's actually working around these topics has to link up, so that you talk about not pilots from one city to the other. We also struggle a lot to make pilots really as workable models. So I think these are some of the thoughts to leave it there for the day today. And yeah, we cannot actually be circular without leaving this sector. So that, I think, is one of the final summary. Thanks for inviting me.
Thank you so much, Rachna, for those wonderful insights. It's time to invite our next panelist, Sri Prabhat Kumar Singh. And let me quickly introduce him before I leave the floor. Sri Prabhat Kumar Singh is the Managing Director of the National Safai Karmacharis Finance and Development Corporation, a Government of India undertaking under the Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment. He is an Indian Engineering Service Officer from 1993 batch. He is a Bachelor in Civil Engineering and Masters in Environmental Engineering from IIT Roorkee and MBA from SMU. He has vast experience of 25 years in the field of building construction and maintenance, telecom, material-based marketing, and finance and social sector. Sri Prabhat is also holding additional charge of Dr. Ambedkar International Center, Dr. Ambedkar Foundation, Babu Jagjeevan. Have you with us today, and I'll just help you with your presentation. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Jatin, for the elaborate introduction. Actually, it was not required. Respected dignitaries on the dais, ladies and gentlemen. As I have been introduced, I represent National Safai Karamchari Finance and Development Corporation. It is an apex corporation under Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment. It looks after the socio-economic upliftment of sanitation workers, all types of sanitation workers. Basically, the department was started for the rehabilitation of manual scavengers. Before the advent of this modern water flushing toilet, earlier dry toilets were there, which used to be cleaned by this manual scavengers. So after the dismantlement of all this in sanitary toilets, which were replaced by sanitary toilets, the rehabilitation work was taken up by the ministry. And after their rehabilitation, the scheme was for their rehabilitation. The scheme was a scheme for rehabilitation of manual scavengers. After their rehabilitation, new type of toilets, water flushing toilets, sewer systems, and everything took place in that. And for the workers involved in that cleaning of sewer and septic tank, we launched the Namaste scheme. So their enumeration and survey has already been completed. Their capacity building has to be done, and they have been provided linkages with Ayushman card. So next step, next component of this that Namaste scheme, we have included waste pickers. Or the workers who are involved in the waste management. Waste management, as you know, plays a significant role in enhancing the urban sustainability, as it reduces the level of environmental pollution, encourages resource recovery, reduces air and water pollution, and reduces the disease, and also reduces the carbon footprint, because the various gases like methane and hydrogen sulfide emits from the waste dump site. And also there is the problem of leachate, which is a very concentrated waste, which treatment is very much difficult, I think. The problem of solid waste. Sorry. Solid waste management, as you know, has baffled urban planners, environmental engineers, general public at large, and all various stakeholders since long time. As per one estimate by the Niti Aayog, India generated around 1.60 lakh tons per day during the year 2021, which amounts to 58.3 million tons per year. This is estimated to go up to 165 million tons by 2031 and 436 million tons by 2050. And their calorific value ranges from 1900 kilocalorie per kg to 3800 kilocalorie per kg. So these are the precious resource we are neglecting. If proper interventions are made, then we can have too much of energy, too much, we can save a lot of carbon footprints, etc. Various waste management practices involve engagement of all the stakeholders and collaborative efforts by the government, NGO, private sector, and the workers involved in this waste management. The various key components include segregation at source, decentralized waste management, waste to energy plants, though their viability is sometimes doubtful, and smart waste management technologies, which are the modern thing has been come into force, like IoT based bins and optimization collection routes through IoT systems, and provide real-time alerts for efficient waste management, and also AI-based sorting facilities, which are upcoming at various places. And all the waste management practices involve engagement of the stakeholders. Like we have seen Pune such model. Also, we have Curitiba in Brazil, which is the social inclusion model, that waste management is managed by the waste pickers or waste workers. They are being organized into the recycling cooperatives, and they have this green exchange scheme, by which they exchange the waste with the food, vehicle tickets, or school supplies. Then we have Singapore zero waste master plan. They reduce the waste coming at the dump site because they have scarcity of land. And then we have Copenhagen. They have integrated waste management so that they are aiming at the recycling of 70%. So, and then we have San Francisco. They are focusing on segregation at source into recyclables, non-recyclables, and compostables. And the various 2, 3 new components we have received that they have made material banks and also shared spaces to reduce consumption. So going with this, we have incorporated most of these learnings, including from India, 10 cities we have seen, into the Namaste scheme. For that, the various interventions include The main aim of the Namaste scheme, wide which the inclusion of waste picker was done, it is a joint initiative of various ministries: Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment, Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, Ministry of Panchayati Raj, Department of Drinking Water and Sanitation, and further two more ministries: Ministry of Skill Development and Enterprise, because they have approved our qualification pack for the capacity building of waste picker also, and sewer and septic tank workers also. The main aim of this Namaste scheme to recognize and strengthen the contribution of waste picker into the waste collection, recovery, and recycling. And we second aim is to provide them access to finance and relevant technology. Finance means we support through cheap credit facility to procure waste collection vehicles and other various income generating schemes if they want to supplement their incomes, relevant technologies with safe and sustainable work environment, linking them with social security and welfare scheme like Ayushman Bharat card and other various government schemes, providing them safe and dignified sustainable livelihood by empowering them through various schematic and non-schematic interventions. The stakeholders I have already told, that MOSJE, Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, Ministry of Panchayati Raj, Department of Drinking Water and Sanitation, National Health Authority, because we are linking them with the Ayushman card, we are providing them all the sewer and septic tank workers enumerated, and also the waste pickers who will be enumerated under this scheme will be provided Ayushman health card. Then we have waste collectors, sorters, waste aggregators, kabadiwala, radiswala, as we call, district, blocks and gram panchayat, because this scheme extends to pan India, including urban and rural space. Urban areas we have 4,800 plus ULPs. In rural areas we have 2,50,000 gram panchayats. So its scheme extends to all over India, and various intervention planned under this is enumeration of waste pickers. And after their enumeration, the occupational safety trainings will be provided to them. Some 5-day qualification pack has been made by the Ministry of Skill Development, which will be providing them regarding safety precautions, use of PP kits, importance of PP kits, and various waste management practices. After occupational safety training, we'll be providing them free of cost PP kits. PP kits consist of that mask, helmet or caps, safety shoes, gloves, nitrile gloves. The complete set of PP kits will be provided to each and every waste picker who have been enumerated under this scheme. And of course, capacity building training will also be provided to them. Then next step, and which is very much important, we will be integrating them with the municipal solid waste management, formal engagement with WellBees, Gram Panchayat for long-term allotment of material recovery facility, dry waste collection center to waste picker, self-help groups or their cooperatives. Then we will be where dry waste collection centers are not there, we have impaneled resource organizations. They will be helping them to establish dry waste collection centers, which will be managed by the waste workers, as we have seen in the various models Mo was telling. That waste pickers are being, our waste workers are being integrated with various dry waste collection center in Bengaluru. Then important part, as ma'am was telling, Rachna ma'am was telling, that linkages with social security benefits, coverage under Ayushman cards. We will be providing them pre-matric scholarship. This is being run by the Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment, pre-matric scholarship for their children to study up to 10th. And after that, there is also a post-matric scholarship, but before that, we'll be linking them with the pre-matric scholarship initially. Then registration under eShram portal through Ministry of Labor and Employment. Then then elaborate information, education and communication campaign will be launched. Already some places it has already been launched. Awareness campaign for waste workers for their safety, dignity and their scheme benefits. One helpline has also been launched. What is the number? 14473 has been launched, through which the waste workers can call and know about their entitlement under the scheme, and where to go for their enumeration or profiling and everything. One helpline has already been launched. And through their awareness campaigns, we will also be encouraging citizens to segregate waste as source, as we have seen in various international models like San Francisco and many other countries. They are, and Singapore also, they are segregating at source only. And information on legal protection against the harassment or discrimination, as in the various studies, it has been found that they are being harassed and being discriminated from the various, of course, unwanted elements or various antisocial elements also, they are being harassed and discriminated. The target group, the waste pickers, as we have seen the various definitions. Based on this, as per our scheme, the waste picker are the person who are 18 years or above age and have at least one government issued valid ID, that is Aadhaar or voter ID. Waste pickers working independently or self-employed. Waste pickers who are formally, informally, contractually engaged by urban local bodies, blocks, gram panchayats, village councils, NGOs, institutions, contractors or other organizations at various solid waste management sites and plants or facilities. All these waste pickers or waste workers will be enumerated under the scheme. Then we will be also including itinerant waste buyers who purchase recyclable materials directly from household, shops and businesses, locally referred as Raddi wala, Kabadi wala, Bhangar wala, Patra wala, paper wala, etc. Then waste pickers involved in collection of waste, plastic, paper, e-waste, glass, metal, hair or any other solid waste from door to door, bins, dump site, village periphery or any other place. Then helpers of the garbage collection vehicles informally or formally engaged by blocks, gram panchayats and other organizations. Waste picker involved in sorting of waste and who sell collected waste periodically and regularly. Waste pickers working informally at streets, door-to-door, transfer stations, open dump sites, landfill sites, waste disposal sites, material recovery facilities, waste recovery, recycling. As you can read, there is elaborate definition or elaborate number of people who are working in this sector. All will be included in this Namaste scheme. And waste picker who are not included, that is waste picker below 18 years old, they do not have an Aadhaar card, and street sweepers and the managers, owners of MRF, material recovery facilities, RRR centers, scrap dealers, shops owner and segregation sets shall not be profiled under the scheme. But all the basic workers who are involved or who work in the waste management sector, all will be profiled, including the helpers and vehicle drivers and their waste picker implementation framework in urban areas under the Namaste scheme. As you know, it is jointly implemented by MOSCHE, Ministry of Housing and Welfare, Department of Drinking Water and Ministry of Panchayati Raj. NSKFDC is the implementing agency who is engaged in the profiling, their capacity building, PP kit distribution and helping in their integration with the formal or informal waste management at various levels, setting up of material recovery facility, dry waste collection center, etc. Then we have the technical support units by the Urban Management Nation Development Program, UNDP. They are supporting us technically in implementing of this scheme. For the implementation, we have national project management units at national level. Then state nodal officer, state director SWM Urban is the state nodal officer, and at the who is positioned at a state level at respective states. Then we have ULB nodal officer who are positioned at different urban local bodies. Then we have resource organization. We have impaneled resource organization, around 64 resource organization pan India, including various important names you mentioned, Chintan, Swachh, and many others are there who work with traditionally work with the waste workers. We have impaneled them to support in the enumeration process. They will be supporting the respective urban local bodies. We have allotted various states and various urban local bodies to this resource organization so that they will be supporting in the enumeration and profiling of these waste workers. Similar setup is there in the rural areas also. There also we have national project management units The national project management units function at the NSKFDC office. They are supporting both, enumeration at urban level, urban areas and rural areas also. Then we have a state nodal officer here for rural areas. We have SBM, Director SBM Grameen, and then we have state then we have district Panchayati Raj officer, then block development officer, then we have village level officer, Panchayat secretary, Gram Sachiv, and they will be supported by the resource organization. For rural areas also, we have impaneled resource organization who will be helping to these authorities in enumeration of the waste workers. Then we have convergence with the various ministries for various entitlements. SBM Grameen through the ministry who will be helping us in the enumeration. Then we have Ministry of Labor and Employment for enabling linkages to e-shram entitlement to the workers. Then convergence with the stakeholders of SBM Urban and through NULM for self-help group formation and their entrepreneur and livelihood opportunities through dry waste collection center establishment. Then we have convergence with National Health Authority for distribution or for generation or for providing of Pradhan Mantri Jan Arogya Yojana Ayushman cards to the workers. Then convergence with Panchayati Raj state institutions for the enumeration in the rural areas. And we have convergence with the Ministry of Skill Development and Enterprise for development of the qualification pack for their skill upgradation and the occupational safety training for the waste workers. Similarly, we have for sewer and septic tank workers also. And certification will also be issued by the Ministry of Skill Development after the successful completion of training to them, which is the recognized pan India. These are the requirements why so many inter-ministerial convergence were required. As I explained earlier also, this is the repetition of same, that is integration of waste picker, their identification and validation, resource optimization, livelihood integration, access to various government schemes and benefits, and their strengthened monitoring and their accountability. For that, we have for the complete enumeration and monitoring of this scheme, we have made a Namaste portal, and also Namaste app is there through which data collection, their profiling exercise is being done, and there itself eKYC authentication has to be done, because for issue of Ayushman card under NHA, National Health Authority, eKYC is the mandatory requirement. So eKYC is being done on the app at the time of profiling itself. Then we have the quality check of surveys, then validation of surveys is being done by the respective urban local bodies in the urban areas and district Panchayati Raj officer in the rural areas. This is the present status. The work has started in the urban areas in the 30 states. 700 plus ULBs have started the work. We have around 33 plus state project management units, and users as grassroots who are using the app, registered on the app. 3100 ULB nodal officer, 3200 surveyors are there who are entering the data, and then 600 validators are there at present. This number is will increase as the scheme rollout improves further. So far, we have surveyed around 91,000 waste workers pan India in urban areas only. Rural areas, it is yet to start, but we have completed the training of the app and portal to all the surveyors and validators. So number of waste picker validated is 42,000 around, and informal waste picker is around among the validated workers. Informal waste workers are 30,000 and formal are around 20,000. And eKYC completed for issue of Ayushman card is around 52,000. So 52,000 workers, when eKYC is completed, their data will be shared on the NHA portal. And when the data is shared on an NHA portal, automatically their Ayushman card will be generated. And they can go to the respective CSC center or various other centers, and they can download their Ayushman card and have access to their healthcare facility. This is all I wanted to say. And in the end, I just extend my thanks and good wishes to the Center of Science and Environment who have invited me for this talk and given this opportunity to share my views. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Our last and next keynote speaker for the day is Sri V.S. Rana. And I'll just quickly introduce him before he takes over. Sri V.S. Rana is the director of Swachh Bharat Mission Urban at the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, Government of India. In his current role, he oversees key components of the mission, including capacity building, information, education, and communication, and the Safai Mitra Suraksha initiative aimed at ensuring safety and dignity for sanitation workers. Prior to his tenure at MoHUA, Sri Rana served as Director of the Ministry of Home Affairs. He has also held significant roles in the Ministry of Coal and the Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment, contributing to policy development and program implementation across diverse sectors. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us today. Now the floor is yours. Sorry.
थैंक यू विश्वास जी। गुड आफ्टरनून। जैसे कि पूर्व प्रवक्ताओं ने पूरी सारी चीज कवर कर दी है, सिंह साहब ने पूरा जो है भारत सरकार की जितने स्कीम है सारे बारे में बता दिया है। मैम ने जो है वेस्ट स्पीकर की जो समस्याएं हैं, जो वर्ल्ड वाइड जो प्रॉब्लम है उसके बारे में बताया है। आखिर वेस्ट स्पीकर क्यों है? हमारे स्वच्छ भारत मिशन में हम लोग के जो प्रोग्राम है उस प्रोग्राम के पीछे जो है वेस्ट स्पीकर भी काफी रोल अदा करते हैं, क्योंकि हमारा जो है स्वच्छ भारत मिशन अर्बन एज वेल एज रूरल दोनों में क्या है, गार्बेज फ्री सिटीज का और गार्बेज फ्री कंट्रीज का एक कॉन्सेप्ट है। विजन है कि 2026 तक हम लोग जो है इसको अचीव करें और डंप साइट जितने भी लेगेसी डंप साइट है उनको कंप्लीटली रेमिडेट करके जो है लाइट फ्री कर दे, रिक्लेम करें। क्योंकि जो वेस्ट स्पीकर हैं वो हमारे जो है वही वेस्ट स्पीकर जो है लैंड साइड पे जहाँ पर डंप साइट है वहाँ पर हैं, जो ओपन में विजिबल वेस्ट है वहाँ पर जो कूड़ा टिप रहे हैं। उनके लिए हम लोग ये बेसिक सूचना है कि ये क्यों वेस्ट स्पीकर है, क्या है, क्यों बने हैं ये लोग वेस्ट स्पीकर। इनके अपलिफ्टमेंट के लिए जब सरकार इतना कुछ कर रही है तो क्या इनका अपलिफ्टमेंट क्यों नहीं हो पा रहा है? क्योंकि बेसिकली क्या है कि ये लोग जो गाँव से जो सिर्फ माइग्रेट होकर सिटी में आते हैं या कहीं भी जाते हैं, माइग्रेटेड लोग हैं, अनपढ़ हैं, बेरोजगार हैं, इसलिए जो है इस काम को कर रहे हैं। साथ में यदि हम देखें तो बाद में जैसे जब हमारा जो वेस्ट साइड ये डंप साइड कंप्लीटली रेमिडेट हो जाएंगे या हमारा जो मिशन कंप्लीट जो अचीव कर लेंगे तो ये वेस्ट स्पीकर लोग जो है क्या करेंगे, इनकी लिवलीहुड पे सर्वाइव करेगा। तो उसमें मेरा एक सबसे बड़ा सजेशन ये है कि हमारा जो स्वच्छ भारत, हम भारत सरकार पॉलिसी जरूर बनाती है, हम लोग स्टेट गवर्नमेंट के केवल सपोर्ट करते हैं। बेसिकली कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन ऑफ इंडिया जो हमारा जो कहता है कि सैनिटेशन, हेल्थ, पब्लिक जो सर्विस है वो स्टेट गवर्नमेंट उसको देखेगी और स्टेट ही पूरी रिस्पॉन्सिबल है कि उनके लिए प्लान बनाना, डिजाइन करना, एग्जीक्यूट करना, ये सारे रिस्पॉन्सिबल स्टेट गवर्नमेंट का। भारत सरकार केवल स्टेट गवर्नमेंट को हेल्प करती है, टेक्निकली फाइनेंशियली हेल्प करती है, एडवाइजरी इशू करती है। जहाँ पर उनको कोई प्रॉब्लम हो तो वो हमसे शेयर करते हैं, हमसे एडवाइस ले सकते हैं। यदि कोई और पैसे की जरूरत है तो पैसे मांग सकते हैं। पैसे भी स्टेट गवर्नमेंट अपने प्रपोजल को भारत सरकार के पास भेजती है अपने स्टेट गवर्नमेंट के रिक्वायरमेंट के अनुसार, अपने लोगों को देखते हैं उनकी, क्योंकि पब्लिक वेलफेयर बेसिकली उन्हीं का सब्जेक्ट है, उन्हीं का मैंडेट है। हो सकता है भारत सरकार भी एक रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी अदा करती है उसमें, लेकिन इसमें सबसे बड़ा इश्यू ये है कि जो भी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है, जैसे हमारे जो चैरिटेबल ऑर्गेनाइजेशन आप लगे हैं या जो और ऑर्गेनाइजेशन जो इस सेक्टर में काम कर रहे हैं, उनको ये बेसिकली ये देखना है कि क्या ये लोग क्यों हैं, इनके पास एजुकेशन क्यों है, इनका शोषण क्यों हो रहा है, शोषण हो रहा है तो इनको क्यों, कैसे अपलिफ्ट करें हम लोग। इसलिए उनको अवेयरनेस जगाया जाए ताकि वो लोग जाने कि हमारा जो कूड़ा हम उठा रहे हैं उस कूड़े की वैल्यू क्या है। साथ में ये भी जाने कि हम लोग इस कूड़े को कहाँ दें, जब तक कि उनके स्क्यू के वो मेहनती लोग हैं। यदि मैं देखूँ तो मेरा पर्सनल मानना है कि मेहनती लोग हैं, क्योंकि उस फील्ड में काम करें जिस फील्ड में हम जाना पसंद नहीं करते। यहाँ की बदबू, यहाँ की बीमारी को सोच के हम लोग यहीं से डरते हैं कि हम क्यों जाएँ वहाँ। लेकिन वहाँ काम कर रहे हैं वो अपने लिवलीहुड के लिए। तो इतने मेहनती लोगों को यदि हम भारत सरकार या स्टेट गवर्नमेंट जो भी चाहे ये यदि यूज करें उनके मोटिवेशन को, उनके लेबर को, तो इनका यूज कर सकते हैं, इनकी स्किल डेवलपमेंट करके उनको यूज किया जा सकता है। तो मेरा पर्सनल ये एक यूएलबी स्टेट गवर्नमेंट से रिक्वेस्ट है आपके मंच के थ्रू कि इन लोगों को यूज किया जाए, इनका जो है स्किल डेवलपमेंट करके इनके जिस सेक्टर में रिक्वायरमेंट है उस सेक्टर में इनको यूज किया जाए और उनको जो है एक प्रॉपर आइडेंटिटी दी जाए, क्योंकि इनका आइडेंटिटी नहीं है। गवर्नमेंट जो स्कीम जो चला रही है उन स्कीम का बेनिफिट आजकल इनको मिल क्यों नहीं रहा, क्योंकि इसलिए मिल रहा है क्योंकि उनके पास आइडेंटिटी नहीं है। बिना आइडेंटिटी के मैं नौकरी कैसे दूँ? यदि आप कहो कि मुझे नौकरी तो मैं नौकरी कैसे दूँ? क्योंकि इसीलिए आप कह रहे हैं कि इनफॉर्मल सेक्टर, ऐसे ऑर्गेनाइज सेक्टर बहुत सारे हैं। भारत सरकार ने लेबर मिनिस्ट्री ने अभी सर ने जो है सिंह साहब ने कहा कि जो है ई श्रम स्कीम एक ऐसी स्कीम है कि जिसमें अनऑर्गेनाइज सेक्टर के सब लोगों को इन्वॉल्व किया जाए ताकि उनको आइडेंटिटी की जाए कि क्या है, कहाँ पर इन लोगों को सब प्रॉब्लम है। तो इसलिए ये मेरा मानना है कि जो लोग हैं, जो भी जो इस सेक्टर में काम कर रहे हैं, स्टेट गवर्नमेंट, एनजीओ, वो इन लोगों को पहले अवेयरनेस दें, उनके एजुकेशन का अपडेटमेंट करें, भारत सरकार की स्कीमों से उनको लोगों को बताएं। भारत सरकार की स्कीम हर मंच में है, जैसे आप जो है माई गॉव पे जाएंगे, ई श्रम पे जाएं, कर्मयोगी में जाएं, किसी भी साइट पे जाएंगे तो आपको सारे उसको मिल जाएंगे, हिंदी इंग्लिश दोनों सेक्टर में मिल जाते हैं। तो हमारा बेसिक एक ऑब्जेक्टिव, क्योंकि वो स्पीकर आप लोगों ने जो सब्जेक्ट चुना बहुत अच्छा सब्जेक्ट चुना, क्योंकि इनका वास्तव में इतना जो है इतने ऐसे जगहों में काम कर रहे हैं जहाँ पर इनको जो हेल्थ इश्यू हो जाते हैं। लेबर की जैसे आपने दिखाया कि जो है रिपोर्ट में जो 30,000 तनख्वाह मिल रही है, 15,000 तनख्वाह मिल रही है, क्या ये पॉसिबल है कि इसको इतना तनख्वाह मिल रहा है? मेरा मानना है कि जो लोग वेस्ट स्पीकर होते हैं उनको जो है जो मिडिल मैन बैठक है वो मिडिल मैन केवल 100 रुपये 50 रुपये देके पर डे देके जो निकाल देते हैं। ये केवल हमारा जो है जो यूएलबी सेक्टर है, जिन लोगों ने अभी सर्वे में आप लोगों ने जो 10-15 यूएलबीज के जो सर्वे किया, जो यहाँ से स्टडी की है, उन लोगों ने इनको यूज किया है। तो मेरा और लोगों को भी ये मानना है कि हमने हमारे सर्वे में हम लोग भी इसको भी जो मोटिवेट करने के लिए हम भी लोगों को एडवाइजरी करते हैं, स्टेट गवर्नमेंट को रिक्वेस्ट करें कि आप लोगों को और यूएलबीज के जैसे अन्य यूएलबी अंबिकापुर, पुणे, चंडीगढ़, इन लोगों ने जैसे यूज किया वैसे आप लोग भी इनके जो टैलेंट को यूज करेंगे, इनके लेबर को रिकॉग्नाइज करें और उनको यूज किया जाए ताकि जो है इनका एक सर्वाइवल भी हो जाए और साथ में हमको एक स्किल मेहनती आदमी मिल जाए, मेहनती लेबर मिल जाए। तो इसलिए जो है ये मानना है कि वास्तव में हमें ये देखना है कि इन लोगों को बढ़ाएं कैसे, क्योंकि ये जॉब परमानेंट जॉब नहीं है। क्योंकि ये जॉब जिस दिन हमारा विजन या भारत सरकार का विजन कंप्लीट होगा स्वच्छ भारत का, उस दिन ये जॉब लोग अनएम्प्लॉयड हो जाएंगे। तो वास्तव में देखा जाए तो इनको कहाँ किया जाए, कहाँ सेट किया जाए, ये एक बड़ा इंपॉर्टेंट चीज है। तो इस पर ही ज्यादा कंसिडर करना चाहिए। मेरा अपना पर्सन माने आपका स्टडी जो है आप लोगों ने इतना देख के जाए 10 सेक्टर में जाके इतना बेसिक वो देखा, इसके लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। और मैं यही रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा कि ऐसे जो है रिपोर्ट और बनाए ताकि सरकार को इनकी उसको पता चले कि वास्तव में लोग कैसे जी रहे हैं और कैसे इनका अपडेटमेंट किया जाए। धन्यवाद, थैंक यू।
Thank you, sir. So that brings us to the conclusion of the opening session. And I would request all of you to give a big round of applause to the keynote speakers. You all have a copy of the agenda. So we are running close to half an hour behind schedule. It's time for a tea break. So I would request you to restrict the tea break to about 15 minutes only and come back to the room so that we can start in time. Thank you so much. उधर की नेम प्लेट पड़ा है।
Production schedule. Yes,
Ideally, yes. Okay, thank you everyone. Welcome back. So this is a session where when we are going to listen to the I'm so sorry, listen to the representatives of the informal sectors or Waste Pickers Association. And we have 3 of them with us as speakers. In fact, we have many of them with us, but not that all of them are going to speak because of the paucity of time. So I'll just quickly introduce the colleagues who are going to be speaking and sharing their journey. And then I would request them to come over and take a seat here. So the first colleague that we have is Sarika Karadkar. She is a member of Swachh Pune. Sarika is a third generation West speaker and elected board member of Swachh, has long been prominent voice of Pune's West speaking community. As an active leader with the cooperative, she has represented West speakers at national and international forums. Most recently, she has participated in the International Labour Conference in Geneva as part of the delegation from the International Alliance of West Speakers, advocating for stronger social protection measures for informal workers and their families. If I may request Sarika to please come over and take a seat, and I would also request Harshad, because Harshad will be assisting us in translating Sarika's journey. We have Fazila J. She is a member of the Harita Karma Sena in Kerala, and she works in Thiruvananthapuram Municipal Corporation. I guess there's some mistake in Sarika's profile, but nevertheless, we'll introduce her as soon as we have the right profile. So with Sarika, we have Vandana from Thiruvananthapuram Municipal. With Fasila, we have Vandana from Thiruvananthapuram Municipal Corporation. Fasila will be talking in Malayali, and Vandana will translate her address. And then we have Vivisa Karnior. She's a member of SHG that are partnering with Shillong Municipal Board. Vivisa is one among the first rag pickers who started working in the dumping ground, the then landfill site, in the year 1985. And in 2014, with support from the Shillong Municipal Board, she and other rag pickers in Martin Shillong landfill site formed into a self-help groups. Ain Khasem, forgive me if I butchered this name, which she was selected as the president of the SHG. The SHG is one among the among many which the government looks for a resource to impart training to the groups in the field of waste management in Meghalaya. Bibisha is an active member in All India Waste Speakers Alliance representing Meghalaya. In the year 2019, she attended a workshop in Indonesia on waste management. The SHG is also known as Mary Maidens of Shillong. Okay, I have received the correct profile of Fazila. So Fazila is a dedicated member of Harita Karma Sena of the Thiruvananthapuram Municipal Corporation. She has been actively involved in the field of waste management for the past 3 years. Initially a homemaker, she has transformed her life through her works with Harita Karma Sena, now earning between 30 to 35,000 per month. Her efforts have enabled her to build her own home and support her children's education. Fazila and her team are committed to promoting zero waste practices and working towards a sustainable future. So let me, while colleagues from Shillong are yet to join us, so I'll also request Omfar, if you could also come over here with her so that you can also translate and help her address us. So each of them are going to talk on 3 basic issues or 3 broad issues, if I may say. So how basically the association of the organizations that they represent was formed, and what is the current livelihoods opportunity, what is the current earning, and what are the other benefits in addition to the earning, if there is any, and what are the challenges that they are going through right now, and most importantly, what are their aspirations, expectations, and support that they need from the urban local bodies or the governments. So I would request that Sarika first comes, and then Harshad, you can take a mic, or you can just take a handheld mic. Can we have? Do we have a handheld mic, please? Yeah. So.
नमस्ते. माझी ओळख करून दिलेली आहे. मी फक्त माझं रोजचं रुटीन सांगते कामाचं कसं असतं ते. आम्ही सकाळी उठून कामावर जातो. दारोदारी जाऊन ओला आणि सुका कचरा गोळा करण्याचं काम करतो. त्यानंतर दारोदारी कचरा गोळा करून झाल्यानंतर सुक्या कचऱ्यातून जास्तीत जास्त आम्ही रिसायकलिंगसाठी कचरा वेगळा केला जातो. जास्तीत जास्त आम्ही जे मिक्स मेन असतं सिंगल यूज प्लॅस्टिक हे जास्त प्रमाणामध्ये कचऱ्यातून बाहेर काढतो आणि इतर मटेरियल सुद्धा कचऱ्यातून वेगवेगळे केले जातात.
Since I've been introduced, I want to introduce myself further. Just talk directly about my work. I wake up in the morning every day. Early morning, I start going door to door, going to the actual doorstep of every resident. I collect wet and dry separate. And from all the dry that I take out, every possible kind of recyclable material. And there is a lot of single-layered plastic, single-use plastic and multi-layered plastic that we are now taking out and putting it into recycling.
त्यानंतर कंपोस्टिंग ओल्या कचऱ्याचं खत सुद्धा बनवतो आम्ही.
I'm also composting organic waste in the housing societies where I am working.
जसं की खूप चांगलं वाटलं की पुस्तकामध्ये पण आमच्या संस्थेविषयी माहिती छापून आली, पेपर बनवले त्याविषयी सुद्धा. म्हणजे तुम्हाला पण आता सगळ्यांना माहितीच आहे की कचरा वेचकांना स्वच्छ सहकारी संस्था जी आहे त्यातून पूर्ण अधिकार हा कचरा वेचकाचाच आहे.
I'm very pleased to note that our organization and work has been acknowledged in the paper. I hope it's clear that the right over the organization and the work within the Swachh Cooperative is completely with the waste pickers themselves.
तर खरंच म्हणजे जर मालावर अधिकार कचरा वेचकाचा, भंगार कचऱ्यावर अधिकार आणि संस्थेमध्ये मालक हा कचरा वेचक आहे. तर मी नाही पण माझे 4000 कचऱ्याचे कारण आम्ही मिळून ह्या संस्थेचे मालक आहोत.
We are the owners of the organization. We also have the rights over all the waste that comes into our hand, not just me, but 4000 of us as well. Double translate कर दें, ठीक है जी. Is Hindi comfortable for everyone? Yes? Okay. तो मेरा इंट्रोडक्शन हो गया तो मैं वापस नहीं बताती हूँ. मैं वो ठीक है जी. इंट्रोडक्शन हो गया तो वापस नहीं बताती हूँ. मैं सुबह उठ के घर घरों से कचरा उठाती हूँ. गीला सूखा अलग मिलता है. सूखे में से जो भी मैं रिसाइकिल कर सकती हूँ वो बाहर निकालती हूँ. उसमें काफ़ी MLP और सिंगल यूज प्लास्टिक रहता है. जहाँ पे पॉसिबल है वहाँ पे मैं सोसाइटी में कंपोस्टिंग भी वहीं पे करती हूँ. आपने हमारे बारे में लिखा है तो मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगा, मगर मुझे मैं कहना चाहती का है, ओनरशिप का है.
पण जी संस्था आहे ह्या जास्त करून महिलांचीच आहे. जी ह्या संस्थेमध्ये जास्त करून सभासद कचऱ्याचं महिलांचं जास्त प्रमाण आहे. अशा महिला आहेत ज्या एकेकाळी त्यांना बसमध्ये सुद्धा घेऊन येत नव्हत्या. ते आज मीच बघा इथपर्यंत येऊन तुमच्या समोर बोलते. एवढं मोठं म्हणजे सक्षमीकरण फक्त आर्थिक आणि सामाजिक दृष्ट्याने नाही तर महिलांना सक्षम सुद्धा करण्याचं काम संस्थेने केलेलं आहे आजपर्यंत.
तो हमारा जो प्रोग्रेस हुआ है वो सिर्फ इनकम बेस्ड नहीं हुआ है, पर हमारा सोशल भी हुआ है, कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग भी हुआ है. मैं और मेरे जैसे जो वेस्ट पिकर्स थे इनको पहले बस में भी लिया नहीं जाता था क्योंकि बदबू आती थी सूंघने के बाद. सॉरी मैं हिंदी से सूंघते हुए खराब स्मेल आती थी. पर अभी ऐसे है कि मेरे जैसी व्यक्ति यहाँ पे आती है, जिनीवा जाती है और बोल पाती है. तो ये वो कोऑपरेटिव मॉडल का स्ट्रेंथ है जहाँ पे वेस्ट पिकर्स का ओनरशिप है.
Have a small request to you, Harshad. We are also joined by hundreds of virtual participants, and many of them are from Africa. So your job is going to be a little more difficult. So while you are translating in Hindi, you may also just. Yeah.
Our work based on the ownership of waste pickers of the organization itself has led to the empowerment and capacity building of waste pickers, where they were not able to get onto a public transport because of the smell that they emanated. Today, someone like me and 4000 other people like me can travel to a place like this or to Geneva to make presentations.
पण मला असं वाटतं की स्वच्छ सारखं मॉडेल हे पूर्ण शहरामध्ये पूर्ण भारत देशामध्ये झालं पाहिजे. प्रत्येक कचरा वेचक हा दारापर्यंत कचरा उचलण्यापर्यंत गेला पाहिजे.
I think that the model should be extended across the country where a waste picker is integrated and brought to the true doorstep of every household to collect waste. So waste pickers को पूरे देश में सिर्फ पुणे में ही नहीं इंटीग्रेट करके उनको हर दरवाजे तक पहुंचना चाहिए वेस्ट कलेक्शन के लिए.
पण हे गेले 20 वर्षापासून पुण्यासारख्या शहरामध्ये स्वच्छतेचं काम चालू आहे. 20 वर्षापासून जरी काम आम्ही पुण्यामध्ये करत आहोत. 20 वर्ष खूप संघर्ष केला पण अजून सुद्धा ते संघर्ष काय आमचा थांबत नाहीये. एवढं चांगलं मॉडेल हे जगभरामध्ये देशामध्ये सगळ्यांना हवंसं वाटणार आहे पण पुण्यामध्येच त्याला मोडून काढण्याचा कुठेतरी प्रयत्न चालू आहे.
So we've struggled for 20 years to establish this model and brought ourselves to a position where the city, the state, the country, and across the globe, it is recognized as a sustainable model. But even now, after 20 years of establishing the sustainability, there is continuous threat and instability to the system that is brought in. तो हम 20 सालों से हमने स्ट्रगल करके ये सिस्टम एस्टेब्लिश किया है. जग भर में इसका नाम आता है, पूछा जाता है, मगर हमारे शहर में ही इसके ऊपर हमेशा कहीं ना कहीं से धोखा रहता है ये मॉडल के ऊपर.
अशा जेव्हा होतात महानगरपालिकेचा आणि स्वच्छतेचा करार बेसवर काम भागीदारी म्हणून काम केलं जातं, पण तो करार पण सरळ आणि साधा सोप्या पद्धतीमध्ये आम्हाला कधीच मिळत नाहीये. 2024 मध्ये आम्हाला त्याच्या अगोदर 1 महिना 2 महिने असाच करार मिळत होता. आता 2024 ऑक्टोबर मध्ये करार मिळाला. तिथून पुढे 4 ते 5 महिने झालं करार होऊन आम्ही काम करतो.
So while we worked for 20 years, till 2024, for 4 years, we were working on short-term contracts of 1 month, 6 months, despite so many people working in the city. And only for the last 5 to 6 months have we had a slightly longer-term contract that has been established between the cooperative and the PMC. तो PMC और स्वच्छ ये contract के अंदर काम करते हैं. पिछले 4 सालों से 1-2 महीने 3 महीने का ही extension होता था. अभी 4-5 महीने पहले सिर्फ हमारा 5 साल का contract हुआ है.
पण आता अचानक आमच्या पुणे शहराचे कमिशनर ऍडिशनल कमिशनर आयुक्त बदलले आहेत.
But now the administration has changed. हमारे यहाँ पे प्रशासन जो है, कमिश्नर जो है, वो अभी बदले हैं.
पण आम्ही भागीदारी म्हणून काम करतो, तर पुणे महानगरपालिका असं आम्हाला धरत नाही की आपण भागीदारी आहोत म्हणून. जेव्हा नवीन कमिशनर आले त्यांनी स्वतःच्याच मनाने कोणती तरी नवीन योजना नवीन मॉडेल करायचं ठरवलं. पण 20 वर्षापासून आपलं शहर स्वच्छ करतात. त्या सभासदांना किंवा त्या संस्थेला त्यांनी विचारून सोबत बसून, कारण भागीदारी आहे तर मिळून काम केलं पाहिजे शहरामध्ये.
So the model is established as a partnership between the waste pickers, their organization, and the municipal corporation. However, decision making is never taken in a partnership mechanism. Waste pickers are not necessarily consulted every time, and whenever there is a change of leadership, administrative or political, a new idea is brought in that okay, we want cleaner streets, so then let's keep the model aside, so on and so forth. तो हम 20 साल से पार्टनरशिप में काम कर रहे हैं इकट्ठा, मगर ऐसे लगता है कि वो पार्टनरशिप में वेस्ट पिकर्स का सुना नहीं जाता है. हर बार जब कमिश्नर बदलते हैं या पॉलिटिकल ग्रुप बदलता है तो नए आइडिया आते हैं और पुराना 20 साल का जो सिस्टम बिठाया है उसको बाजू में रखा जाता है.
पण हे मॉडेल बदलायचं आहे, आम्ही सुद्धा तयार आहेत की काळानुसार बदलू शकतो. आमचं काम जे आहे आता आम्ही पर्यावरणाचं रक्षण करून प्रदूषण न होता आम्ही ढकल गाडीवर काम करतो.
So we also recognize that models have to evolve and change, and obviously we are ready to do that. If you see, we work in a non-motorized manner. We do a lot of recycling and composting. We are doing environmental conservation and livelihood generation. Non-motorized collection and composting and recycling. तो हम जो काम करते हैं उससे पर्यावरण का भी बहुत फायदा होता है, क्योंकि हम non-motorized पुश कार्ट से काम करते हैं तो पोल्यूशन नहीं होता है. रिसाइकलिंग की वजह से सेग्रीगेशन अच्छा है, रिसाइकलिंग ज्यादा होता है और कंपोस्टिंग भी होता है. तो ओवरऑल पर्यावरण का संरक्षण करने का हम काम कर रहे हैं.
पण मला असं वाटतं की 20 वर्षापासून जी सिस्टीम चालू आहे, नवीन जे मॉडेल करायचं आहे तर आम्ही पण स्वतः सहभागी, कारण आम्ही पण त्या शहराचे नागरिक आहेत. आम्हाला पण शहर स्वच्छ करायचं आहे. जसं आयुक्त म्हणतात की आम्हाला शहर स्वच्छ करायचंय. 20 वर्षापासून आम्ही शहर स्वच्छ करतो आणि पुढे पण जाऊन जर नवीन काही कल्पना करायची असेल, नवीन मॉडेल उभारायचं असेल तर आम्ही त्यांच्यासोबत काम करायला तयार आहोत. पण त्यांनी पण आम्हाला घेऊन आमच्या संचालक सोबत मीटिंग घेऊन ठरवून कसं पुणे शहर हे डेव्हलपमेंट करायचं घनकचऱ्यामध्ये ह्याचा बसून विचार केला पाहिजे.
So as we are ready to change and evolve, one has to recognize that work has been done for the past 20 years, and one has to look at what is already established and build upon that, including all the stakeholders who have been engaged in it, especially the waste pickers. Everyone wants cleaner streets, but it can't come at the cost of livelihoods and sustainability. तो सभी को रास्ते साफ चाहिए. हम भी शहर के नागरिक हैं, हमको भी रास्ते साफ चाहिए, मगर 20 साल से जो एस्टैब्लिश किया है उसको साथ में लेके आगे बढ़ने की जरूरत है. इसमें जो वेस्ट पिकर्स हैं, कामगार हैं, उनका जो ओपिनियन है वो सुन के उनके साथ काम करके आगे लेना चाहिए.
कोणत्याही दुसऱ्या शहराची तुलना करून आपल्या शहरामध्ये काम करण्याच्या ऐवजी आता ढकलगाडीने आम्ही काम करतो. तुम्हाला खरंच सांगते, आम्ही सकाळी 10ला जरी आमचं काम झालं, म्हणजे आता पुणे शहराच्या महानगरपालिकेच्या कचऱ्याच्या ज्या गाड्या आहेत आमच्यापर्यंत येण्यापर्यंत त्यांची अनेक कारणं राहतात. तर आम्हाला संध्याकाळ दुपार निम्मी होती तरी आम्हाला काही गाडी येत नाहीत कचऱ्याला. पण आता असं म्हणतात पुणे शहरामध्ये की नवीन मॉडेल करायचं, इलेक्ट्रॉनिक गाड्या आणून त्या गाड्या डायरेक्ट जे आम्ही दारात होतो तर त्या खालून कचरा घेऊन जाणार आहेत.
So what is progress is something that she's questioning. There are proposals to essentially say we work with pushcarts. Why do we want pushcarts? We should have motorized transportation because pushcarts are from the last century. We are going to the doorstep of every household. Why is that required? Because the SWM only requires you to go to the gate of every premises. So she's saying that some of the good things that have been established, non-motorized, true doorstep collection, are being replaced with ideas that are copy-pasted from other cities or from other systems, where a mechanical a tempo or a vehicle only goes to the gate. And so the core strengths of the model are also being undermined in some way or the other. तो इनका कहना है कि रूल्स में ऐसे लिखा है कि सोसाइटी या किसी भी प्रीमाइस के गेट तक जाना है, तो अभी हम दरवाजे तक जाते हैं, पर ऐसे आइडिया आते हैं कि दूसरे शहरों के साथ कंपैरिजन करके, तुलना करके वही मॉडल नए हमारे शहरों में किसी में भी लाने का कोशिश होता है। तो उसमें जो ट्रू डोर स्टेप है, ऊपर जाने का कलेक्शन सिस्टम है या पुशकार्ट से है, इसको कहीं तो साइड में रखा जाता है, क्योंकि बाकी के शहरों में तो पुशकार्ट यूज नहीं होता है, मोस्टली व्हीकल होता है, बाकी के शहरों में दरवाजे तक नहीं जाते हैं, गेट तक जाते हैं। तो इनका कहना है कि वो दूसरे शहरों का कॉपी पेस्ट नहीं करना चाहिए।
कारण की 20 वर्षापासून आम्ही पुणे शहरात काम करतो आणि तसंच आम्हाला वेगवेगळ्या चॅलेंज पण आम्ही दिले, म्हणजे खाजगीकरण काय असतं हे आम्हाला पण, आणि तुम्ही इथं बसलेल्या बरेच कचऱ्याच्या संस्थांना पण माहिती असतं की खाजगीकरण कसं असतं आणि कसं वागणूक देणार आहेत.
So I forgot a point previously. She said that after we collect the waste, the corporation is required to provide us with vehicles to transport the non-recyclable waste. But those don't come for 3 hours, 4 hours, and then there's waste on the street. So then whose fault is that? If it's a partnership, then everyone has to do their bit. तो हमारे सिस्टम में हमने कचरा उठाने के बाद पीएमसी का गाड़ी आता है और वो आगे लेके जाता है, पर वो 2, 3, 4 घंटे हमको वहाँ पे रुकना पड़ता है। हम सुबह 6 बजे आते हैं, हमको 10 बजे काम होने के बाद 3-4 घंटे रुकना पड़ता है। तो हर स्टेक होल्डर ने उनका अगर काम किया तो कोई भी सिस्टम ठीक से चल सकता है। दूसरा इन्होंने कहा कि हर शहर में एक प्राइवेटाइजेशन, खासगीकरण का एक ये रहता है, डायरेक्शन में हर शहर जा रहा है, और हमारे जो वेस्ट पिकर ग्रुप्स हैं उन सबको इसका अनुभव रहेगा कि प्राइवेटाइजेशन, कॉन्ट्रैक्चुअलाइजेशन से एग्जिस्टिंग लाइवलीहुड्स को क्या धोखा होता है, वही हम भी अभी फील कर रहे हैं। She also pointed out that privatization is a big issue in all cities, and most waste picker groups will recognize that privatization is leading to the exclusion of waste pickers, and we feel the same thing is going to happen to us.
पण जुनं मॉडेल काढून हातातनं ढकल गाडी काढून मोठी गाडी तिथे लावण्याचं अजून प्रदूषण होणार शहरामध्ये, जिथे आम्ही प्रदूषण कमी, पर्यावरणाचं कसं रक्षण करते ह्याच्यावर काम करतो आहे। पण आता पुण्याची महानगरपालिका प्रदूषण कसं वाढेल असं वाटतं आम्हाला की जास्तीत जास्त गाड्या येणार, एवढं ट्रॅफिक राहतं, त्यामध्ये अजून कचऱ्याच्या जर गाड्या आल्या तर सगळं पर्यावरणाचं सुद्धा त्यामध्ये नुकसान आहे।
So if we should be looking at environmental sustainability, and having pure mechanized collection means increase in pollution, increase in traffic, increase in vehicles on the street, all of which is something that Pune and all of the cities are also suffering from. Why should we not look at non-motorized way of collection? It is far more sustainable. तो गाड़ियों का इंट्रोडक्शन करने के बाद प्रदूषण बढ़ता है, ट्रैफिक बढ़ता है, और पुणे में ये दो बहुत बड़ा प्रॉब्लम है, हर शहर में है। तो क्यों नॉन मोटराइज्ड ट्रांसपोर्ट को हम नीचा दिखाते हैं और मैकेनाइजेशन की तरफ जाते हैं?
ह्या अशा अडचणींना सारखं सारखं भांडावं लागतं कामगारांना, संस्थांना कचऱ्याचं करणं, असा एक कानून का नाही निघते? आज एवढ्या जर स्थळावर कचऱ्याचं करण्यासाठी सगळेजण झटतात, तर लॉंग टाइम असा करार झाला पाहिजे। आता पुढे सकाळी पण जसं आपण ऐकलं, नमस्ते स्कीम मध्ये बोलले, स्वच्छ भारत अभियानामध्ये बोलले, तर का असं फक्त का येतात की तुम्ही फक्त करू वाटलं तर करा, म्हणजे असं नियमावली कडक लावत नाहीये, हे का होत नाहीये आपल्या भारत देशामध्ये हे खरं तर कळत नाही। अनेक वर्षापासून सगळेजण संघर्ष करतात, माझी 3री पिढी ह्या कामामध्ये, 2 पिढ्या पण माझ्या अशा संघर्ष करत गेल्या, तर मी पण संघर्ष करत जवळत भांडावं लागतं आपल्याला। हे कधी थांबणार आहे, कधी आपल्याला आपल्या हक्काचं, स्वप्नाचं काम मिळणार आहे हातामध्ये?
So I'm a 3rd generation of waste pickers. My 2 previous generations have struggled to create and maintain the work that we do. Is it my fate also to continuing to struggle as a 3rd generation waste picker? We heard from about the Namaste scheme and the Swachh Bharat mission, both of which are laudable things to do to support waste pickers, but they are not mandatory in nature. they are discretionary, they are directive in nature. And she's asking why should there not be a law or institutionalization of existing models as well as the integration of waste pickers. Currently, as it was mentioned before, it is far more discretionary as far as the SWM rules go. तो अभी तक waste pickers का जो समावेश है वो एक discretionary method से हो रहा है, मतलब legal mandate नहीं है, compulsory नहीं है. तो इनका कहना है कि ऐसे law क्यों ना हो. मैं तीसरी पीढ़ी हूँ जो वेस्ट पिकिंग कर रही है, मेरी माँ और मेरी ग्रैंडमदर, ये दोनों ने जो स्ट्रगल किया है, क्या यही स्ट्रगल मेरा भी फ्यूचर है या मेरे लिए भी कोई तो सपने का एक, मेरे सपनों का, हमारे सपनों का एक सिस्टम बन सकता है. She's asking if there's more time. Unfortunately.
So thank you so much. Thank you, Harshad. Let me now invite Bivisha Didi and along with her, Omfar. Omfar, if you are unable to translate in Hindi, I mean, it's also taking a little more time. So if we can just stick to English only, that will be beneficial because we also have colleagues from Kerala who are not really comfortable speaking in Hindi. So, and we are way behind time. So, आप यहाँ पे खड़ा होकर stand there.
नमस्कार, मेरा नाम है बिबिशा खरनयोर, मैं शिलोंग में हूँ. अभी हम Khasiapat. Nangkong apo Shillong apo dumping ground na sedang mengamarway nadu arhaja nadu usnem siajar andai spa prapusan pak dan menu-menu di Batam tiar apo dumping ground.
Actually, Kong was, we used to call the elderly lady, we used to call Kong, so I'll refer her as Kong. So Kong was telling that she started this waste picker way back in 1985. I was not born that time. Yesterday I got shocked. So she's the only lady who started this way then, and it was a dumping ground.
Hadian nang tupan ngi ngalak tray kumbaar po rius nem. Kawan kanika Swachh Bharat kiwan ban but municipal kiwan ban conform ya ka group jongi au arajat khatsa.
And after 26 years of walking there in the dumping ground, only in 2014 through the Swachh Bharat mission with the support of the Shillong Municipal Board, they are formed into the self-help group.
Nadia nantung ay kublay ya ka municipal bakalapa ban le training yang ikumno bangin sna ya ka organic compost kilapa po Bethany Society. Chibun ki training bakilapa yang haka po Bethany Society.
She wanted to thank the Shillong Municipal Board for giving them opportunity for training of this composting out of municipal waste. And they have sent them so for so many training, and the first training they received was in Shillong Bethany Society, after which they started doing the composting on their own.
Ay kublay ru ya ka Swachh Bharat bakala penshna ya ki unit jongi ki bangilayo ban supply hadu khatsan arpotan u compost bangi supply for agriculture but apa governor house but haki mana ki yang ki beri ru ki ba nila ban supply dengan ay kublay ru ya ka Swachh Bharat.
And she was giving she's appreciate the Swachh Bharat mission for taking the initiative for market linkages in the government sector agriculture of their compost. Their compost, they have produce a compost out of municipal waste, and for marketing linkages, the Swachh Bharat mission officials that time, they were supporting them in for market linkages in government. They have sell 15 tons, 20 tons in the governor house and in the agriculture department, and they have facilitated even for opening a market in the festivals. Like we have a very famous out there cherry blossom, and also that is the support facilitated by the Swachh Bharat missions.
Apor bangadang don bangadang long bangadang shintam tinjat kaba arpun rius na menswa bat nadu bangala join yang mereka sebut kalau adon ke jingya per kalau adon ke jingyo jing mentoy mablay ke municipal ka aya ke medical check up free medical check up ka aya ki ID ka aya ki MHIS ka penle bat ka jing yarap yang isibun ki jing yarap maka ki coat ki raincoat ki boots ki gloves, ki mask, kala ajing yarap yang ki nong tamtin iki set berupa dana po marten ay kublay yang municipal.
As a waste speakers, she feel blessed that after even though after leaving her for 26 years without any support and all, but only after 2015 she have seen a lot of changes amongst the waste speakers. That the municipal has supported them in the personal equipments like gumboots, the gloves, masks, every now and then. And even she appreciates the municipal initiative on giving them a free health card, insurance card, and the other facilities that has been given by the municipals. And they are every 6 months they are mandated to go for a health checkup.
Ay kublay ru ya ka nadu bangila ya itu bat kani ke IW bakalawan penpau ya ka grup jongi wat chadu Indonesia ru damdai ke IW ngindum yo banlan ay kublay ya ke IW ay kublay wa ya ka municipal ya ka urban affair bakila ya lam lenti yang nadu ba nia kedua bat kini ki brio mentag la pai macam changi nri mensua dan ba itu ini nadu bangi la damdai nakadau jongki inum yo banwan kat hakaduk kini kecaka banta.
She appreciate the AIW, I think in the All India Waste Speakers Association, because Alliance, sorry. Yes. So they have the AIW also supported them in the exposures, and they know from what other cities waste pickers are doing, what facilities they get, and she appreciate the municipal of being to link them to the AIW, and only after meeting the AIW that they know more about the facilities that they should get, and they are well aware that waste pickers are not to be looked down. Then also, and through AIW that they went all the way to Indonesia to attend a workshop.
Ay kublay ru ya ka municipal ba kala yarap yang isibun tang ba isusi ba mensua ngimyo kata medical check up ngimyo nang ay kublay ka municipal mentaba kala ay ta ka free medical check up but hoy kibriyo ki ong bala dingi tray kanita kam jabo kibriyo bunsien ki isi yangi bunsien ki iben yangi nray mentapat kibriyo Nginala let pa check up nilong normal. Ibriw ngila sapriang ini kubot. Ibriw ngi kila ay kublay but kita so eat yang ni.
She was looking back emotionally way back to 26 years when she was looked down by people being a rag pickers. But through the support of the Shillong Municipal Board, now people they look at them as not the waste pickers. They don't look down at them, but they look at them as the heroes. And she really appreciates the Shillong Municipal Board and the AIW for that.
I kublay ya ka municipal but ni man bakidan ki event ni mentaka group jongi kalet man laki event ni yo ban tray ni day kita ki waste management ki pangilet ban penkuat man badan ki event ki ada ini na ay kublay ya ka municipal.
In Shillong we have so many events. It's a tourist spot area, so we have so many events. So the government has the Shillong Municipal Board and the government has mandated the waste management in every event. So she really appreciates the Shillong Municipal Board that they're giving them opportunity to be the waste management even organizers of every events of the in especially in Shillong.
Menta kadang kawi kejing kabangisyam kejing jongi away bakaskim kaslam away ka unit jongi ru kamlong apor liur ngimlong ban pedam nyot ngimlong ban pedam sebo ngihap ban pedam tang por telang nemarba ka selap kawan ngimlong te ka unit ngimdan te kini ki bun kijing duna naka haka unit jongi haka grup jongi ha sepang jong kawis.
Although she appreciates the Shillong Municipal Board, but she even feel like she needs some more supports regarding the units. The units means the infrastructure that has been given to them. It's very small and it's not in a working condition, especially during rainy season for composting, because the water spoils their compost. So she wanted to express that is those challenges they have faced. And even though for toilets and all, like she already discussed with me, like toilets and all also, it's very they have a problem. And this unit out there is very small. So she already, she expressed that these are the challenges that she has.
Nikwa baka ngakerpat ya swatch bahwa akan ayah ka dry waste.
She requested from the Swachh Bharat mission, if we can give them the facilities for dry waste. Right now they have facilities only for wet waste, and she requested for a MRF so that they can run as a self-help group. And she even expressed, I forgot about to mention it, that the schemes, so many schemes have been promised to them, but it takes time to reach to them. That's all.
Thank you so much, Bibisha Didi and Womfar. Now let me invite Fasila Didi and with her Vandana to translate. So Vandana, you can pick up a mic from there, and Fasila Didi can come here in the dais if she's comfortable.
Good evening, everybody. First, എനിക്ക് ആദ്യം പറയാനുള്ളത് ഞാനൊരു Good evening, everybody. എനിക്ക് ഫസ്റ്റ് ഓഫ് ഓൾ ഒരു കൺഗ്രാറ്റ്സ് പറയാനുള്ളത് CSCക്കാണ്. പിന്നെ ഗ്രീൻ ടെക്നീഷ്യനായ എന്നെ ഇവിടെ വിളിച്ച് ഞാൻ ഇവിടെ ഇരുന്നു ബാക്കിയുള്ള വിശിഷ്ട വ്യക്തികൾ ഇരുന്ന സീറ്റിലോട്ട് എനിക്കൊരു വലിയൊരു ഓപ്പർച്യൂണിറ്റീസ് കിട്ടിയത് ഞാനൊരു ഗ്രീൻ ടെക്നീഷ്യൻ ആയതുകൊണ്ടാണ്. അതിന് ഞാൻ ദൈവത്തോടും CSCയോടും വളരെയധികം കടപ്പെട്ടിരിക്കുന്നു.
She's saying that as a green technician for Harita Karma Sena, she is very thankful to CSC for inviting her to this opportunity, and she's thanking to God that she have came to this stage to represent the Harita Karma Sena to everyone else in the country, and she's been thanking to everyone who is supporting her as a Harita Karma Sena member.
ഞാൻ ഇനി എന്നെ പരിചയപ്പെടുത്താം. എൻ്റെ പേര് ഫസീല. എനിക്ക് 38 വയസ്സുണ്ട്. ഹസ്ബൻഡ്, ഞാൻ മാരീഡ് ആണ്. ഹസ്ബൻഡ് ഗൾഫിലാണ്. 3 കുട്ടികളുണ്ട്. മൂത്ത മകൾ +2 പഠിക്കുന്നു. അവൾക്ക് ഡോക്ടർ ആവണമെന്നാണ് ആഗ്രഹം. നീറ്റിൻ്റെ കോച്ചിങ്ങിനും പോകുന്നുണ്ട്. അത് ട്രിവാൻഡ്രത്ത് സൈലത്തിലാണ് പോകുന്നത്. ഇവിടെ ഡൽഹിയിൽ എയിംസിൽ വന്ന് പഠിക്കണമെന്നാണ് അവളുടെ ഏറ്റവും വലിയ ആഗ്രഹം. അപ്പം എൻ്റെ ജോലിയിൽ നിന്ന് കിട്ടുന്ന ഒരു ഭാഗം അവൾക്കും കൂടി ഞാൻ ഇപ്പോൾ എനിക്ക് വിനിയോഗിക്കാൻ കഴിയുന്നുണ്ട്. ഞാൻ ഇതിൽ വന്നതിന് ശേഷമാണ് ഒരു 2 വീലർ എടുത്തിട്ടുണ്ടായിരുന്നു, വാഹനം എടുത്തിട്ടുണ്ടായിരുന്നു. അതും എൻ്റെ ഈ ശമ്പളത്തിൽ നിന്നാണ് ഞാൻ അതിൻ്റെ വരുമാനവും കണ്ടെത്തിയാണ് ഞാൻ ഒരു 2 വീലർ എടുത്തത്.
Okay, she's saying that her name is Fasila and she has 38 years old and she's married and her husband is in Kuwait and she has 3 children. The eldest daughter is currently completed her higher secondary education and she is aiming to yes, in Brilliant Coaching Center, right? At Kottayam, and the second daughter is in 8th standard, and the third son is in 6th standard. And from the salary of Haritha Karma Sena, she took a scooter. She brought a scooter. And she taught very well in driving. And from the salary of Haritha Karma Sena, she built her own home as well. And she is currently earning up to 35,000 per month. And it's been very grateful to the government of Kerala and Tiruvandhuram Municipal Corporation as well. And she wanted to use this salary for her children's education and her homely purposes.
ഞാൻ ഇത്രയും നാളും വാടകയ്ക്കാണ് താമസിച്ചിരുന്നത്. കഴിഞ്ഞ മാസം വരുന്ന എൻ്റെ ഹൗസ് വാമിങ് എനിക്ക് കിട്ടുന്ന ശമ്പളത്തിന്റെ ഒരു ഭാഗം സ്വരൂപിച്ച് കൂടിയിട്ടാണ് എനിക്കൊരു വീട് വെക്കാൻ കഴിഞ്ഞത്.
Okay, at the beginning of before she was joining in the Haritha Karma Sena, she was staying in a rented home, and after joining, she built her own home. And her housewarming was on last month.
ഞാൻ തിരുവനന്തപുരം കോർപ്പറേഷനിൽ 100 വാർഡുണ്ട്. അതിൽ ഫസ്റ്റ് വാർഡായ കഴക്കൂട്ടം വാർഡിലാണ് അവിടുത്തെ ഗ്രീൻ ടെക്നീഷ്യനാണ്, അവരുടെ സെക്രട്ടറിയാണ്. ഞങ്ങൾ 15 മെമ്പേഴ്സ് ആണ് ഉള്ളത്.
Okay, in 2022, she has been joining in the Haritha Karma Sena, and the first ward in TMC means Trivandrum Municipal Corporation. It is Kazhakootam ward, and along with her, 15 members are there in the Haritha Karma Sena.
ഫസ്റ്റ് തുടങ്ങുന്ന സമയത്ത് ഒരുപാട് സ്ട്രഗിളുകൾ ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു രാഷ്ട്രീയപരമായിട്ടും. പക്ഷെ അതിനെയൊക്കെ മറികടന്നുകൊണ്ട് ഇതിപ്പോ 4ാം വർഷത്തിലോട്ട് ഹരിതകർമ്മ സേന, അതായത് ഗ്രീൻ ടെക്നീഷ്യൻ മുന്നോട്ട് പോവുകയാണ്. ആദ്യം ഞങ്ങൾ 4500 രൂപയാണ് സാലറി എടുത്ത് കൊണ്ടിരുന്നത്. 9 മാസം വരെ സർക്കാരിന്റെ, അതായത് നഗരസഭയുടെ VGF 6000 രൂപ വെച്ചിട്ട് ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് 10000 രൂപ ആവുന്നത് വരെ VGF കിട്ടിയിട്ടുണ്ടായിരുന്നു.
Okay, in the beginning, she suffered a lot because the people weren't cooperating with her, and not only her, the team, the entire team of Haritha Karma Sena. But now it's been 4 years. The people are so well cooperating with her and her team, and she's also happy to continue in this job. And now.
6,000 9 months. 10000 രൂപ കിട്ടുന്ന സാലറി കുറവായ ആ മാസം മുതൽ സർക്കാരിന്റെ VGF കിട്ടിയിട്ടുണ്ടായിരുന്നു. കോർപ്പറേഷൻ.
Can you please explain that, sir? Viability gap fund is being distributed by the government of Kerala and also with Tiruvandhuram Municipal Corporation. If she is getting below 10,000, 6,000 rupees are being given through
10 months.
10. Okay.
Below.
Yeah, okay. Okay, can you please explain this?
Okay, so in Trivandrum Corporation, there was a viability gap funding was introduced. Like if they are earning less than 10K, I mean 10,000. So for example, like if they are only earning 6,000 rupees, So the government, especially the Trivandrum Municipal Corporation, they will give 4,000 rupees as viability gap funding. So this is what she's saying. So initially 9 months, so she used to get that. After that, they raised the like source segregation and the collection. So they started getting more than 10K.
അത് 10 മാസം കഴിഞ്ഞപ്പം തന്നെ ഞങ്ങൾ 12,000 രൂപ വെച്ചിട്ട് സാലറി എടുക്കാൻ തുടങ്ങി. അപ്പൊ പിന്നെ ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് VGF-ന്റെ ആവശ്യമില്ലായിരുന്നു.
Okay. From the starting, she was earning 12,000 rupees only, and it's not required the VGF fund.
പിന്നെ 4 വർഷത്തിനിടയ്ക്ക് ഞങ്ങൾ ഫാമിലി സൊസൈറ്റിയിൽ 1,500 കിച്ചൺ ബിൻ കൊടുത്തിട്ടുണ്ട്.
Okay, she was distributed around 1,500 kitchen bin within her community.
അതിന്റെ പരിപാലനം ഇനാക്കുലം ഒക്കെ ഹരിതകർമ്മ സേന തന്നെയാണ് മുന്നോട്ട് കൊണ്ടുപോകുന്നത്.
Okay, its maintenance and the inoculum distribution of kitchen bin is being doing with her is being doing by Haridakarma Sena members only.
നമ്മുടെ വാർഡിൽ 4,200 വീടും 750 കടകളാണ് ഉള്ളത്. അതിൽ ഓപ്പൺ ഹൗസ് 3,860 ആണ്. 3,600ഓളം വീടുകൾ ഹരിതകർമ്മ സേനയായിട്ട് സഹകരിക്കുന്നുണ്ട്. 700 കടകളിൽ 750 കടകളിൽ ഏകദേശം പൂട്ടുകട പോയിട്ട് 650ഓളം വ്യാപാര സ്ഥാപനങ്ങളും ഗ്രീൻ ടെക്നീഷ്യനായിട്ട് ടൈപ്പാണ്.
In her ward, she's been collecting wastes from around 4,000 houses and 700 shops as well.
ഈ 2-3 മാസം വരെ ഹരിതകർമ്മ സേനയ്ക്ക് പ്ലാസ്റ്റിക് തരാത്ത വീടുകൾക്ക് നഗരസഭയുടെ ഇൻഫർമേഷൻ അനുസരിച്ച് 2,500 രൂപ വരെ പിഴ ഈടാക്കുന്നുണ്ട്.
If the houses are not giving the proper segregated waste, 2,500 rupees is being fine imposed by the Trivandrum Municipal Corporation.
Other one, building tax പിടിക്കുന്നുണ്ട്.
If they are not giving the user fee charges, building tax is also being used as well.
വ്യാപാര സ്ഥാപനങ്ങൾ തരാത്ത 3 മാസം വരെ പെൻഡിങ് ഇടുന്ന വ്യാപാര സ്ഥാപനങ്ങൾക്ക് ലൈസൻസ് കട്ട് ചെയ്യുകയും അതോടൊപ്പം പിഴ മിനിമം കുറഞ്ഞത് 5,000 രൂപ വരെ ഞങ്ങളുടെ നഗരസഭയിൽ പിഴ ഈടാക്കുന്നുണ്ട്.
If the buildings or shops is not cooperating with the Haritarma Sena, if they are not, if the user charges is being pending for about 3 months, the building tax and the license being cut by the Trivandrum Municipal Corporation.
ഇൻഷുറൻസ് തുക കഴിഞ്ഞ വർഷം വരെ ഗ്രീൻ ടെക്നീഷ്യൻസ് 1,00,000 രൂപയായിരുന്നു. ഞാൻ കഴിഞ്ഞ വർഷം വണ്ടിയിൽ നിന്ന് വീണ സമയത്ത് ഫസ്റ്റ് ഞങ്ങളുടെ നഗരസഭയിൽ ഇൻഷുറൻസ് 90,000 രൂപ കിട്ടിയതും എനിക്കാണ്.
She had met with an accident in the last year, and she got a 90,000 rupees insurance from the Trivandrum Municipal Corporation as well.
ഓണം വരുന്ന സമയത്ത് ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് നഗരസഭ 1,000 രൂപ ബോണസ് തരുമായിരുന്നു. ഇപ്പം അത് 2,000 രൂപ വരെ ആക്കിയിട്ടുണ്ട്. ഈ വർഷം മുതൽ ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് 2,000 രൂപയാണ് ബോണസ് കിട്ടുന്നത് ഗ്രീൻ ടെക്നീഷ്യൻസ്.
Okay, during Onam festival in Kerala, around 2,000 rupees as in bonus she is getting there from the Trivandrum Municipal Corporation. Okay, thank you.
All right. We were supposed to be joined by Ranjana from Chandigarh Municipal Corporation, but she couldn't be here with us. But we have a video where she's talking about her journey. It's a 2 minutes video, so I'll just play it back for you. How do we share the? Can everybody see this?
अच्छे नहीं है, तो उसके कारण मुझे अपनी पढ़ाई छोड़नी पड़ी। मैंने सोचा कि मैं कोई
Oh. It's running directly from the drive. It's not in the.
हम 3 बहनें 1 भाई है। तो मम्मी घर पे रहते थे, पापा दिहाड़ी मजदूरी करने जाते थे। हमारे घर का
I'll play it and share it from here. Open Zoom. All right. Should I close it here? The video? Sorry.
हम 3 बहनें 1 भाई है। तो मम्मी घर पे रहते थे, पापा दिहाड़ी मजदूरी करने जाते थे। हमारे घर का खर्चा चलना थोड़ा मुश्किल हो गया। पापा को लगा कि भाई कैसे खर्चा चलेगा, बच्चे भी 4 है, काम करना भी औखा था भाई। कभी पैसे आ जाते थे घर में, कभी नहीं आते थे। तो हम स्कूल जाने लगे। फिर उसके बाद मैं 9th क्लास में पढ़ती थी। मैंने देखा कि हमारे घर के हालात अच्छे नहीं है, तो उसके कारण मुझे अपनी पढ़ाई छोड़नी पड़ी। मैंने सोचा कि मैं अपनी मम्मी के साथ जाती हूँ, अपनी मम्मी का हाथ बटाती हूँ काम करके। हम डंपिंग ग्राउंड पे आने लगे। हमारे पास इतना भी पैसा नहीं था कि हम ऑटो में या आ सके। इसलिए मैं अपनी मम्मी के साथ पैदल आती थी। फिर उसके बाद मैं डंपिंग ग्राउंड पे कूड़ा बीनने का काम करती थी। उसके बाद मम्मी पापा ने लड़का देखा, मेरी शादी कर दी। तो वहाँ पे शादी होने के बाद थोड़े टाइम बाद मैंने देखा कि उनके भी घर के हालात अच्छे नहीं है जैसे हमारा था। फिर मैंने अपने घर वाले को बोला कि अपना खर्चा भी सही नहीं चल रहा है, कि घर के हालात थोड़े ठीक नहीं है भाई, मैं डंपिंग ग्राउंड पे दोबारा काम करने जाया करूंगी। उसने मुझे कह दिया कि चलो ठीक है, तुम्हारी मर्जी है, करना चाहते हो तो कर लो। फिर मैं डंपिंग ग्राउंड पे काम करने आने लगी, दोबारा से कूड़ा बीनने का। थोड़े टाइम बाद हमारे डंपिंग ग्राउंड बंद हो गया, जिसके कारण हमारा घर चलाना बहुत ही ज्यादा मुश्किल हो गया था। काफी टाइम ऐसा होता था कि जो सुबेरे की रोटी है वो ही रात को खानी पड़ गई थी। तो हमें मैम ने पिंक MRF सेंटर में काम दिया, जिसके बाद हमें यहाँ आने के बाद काफी अच्छा महसूस हुआ और सुरक्षित। पहले हम ऐसे ही खुले में शौच करने जाते थे, अब जैसे धूल मिट्टी वगैरह बहुत ऐसी कठिनाइयों का सामना करना पड़ता था हमें। जब मैं छोटी थी, स्कूल जाती थी, तो मेरा सपना था कि मैं बड़ी होकर पुलिस वाली बनूं। घर के हालात ना ठीक होने के कारण मैं बन नहीं पाई, पर जब मुझे पिंक MRF सेंटर में ये वर्दी मिली तो मुझे लगा कि मैं पुलिस वाली ही बन गई हूँ। जैसे पुलिस वाले अपना काम देश के लिए अपना काम करते हैं, वैसे ही मैं भी स्वच्छता वॉरियर के तौर पर सफाई का काम करती हूँ और मुझे इस पर बहुत गर्व है।
Okay, so that brings us to the end of this session. Thank you. Thanks to all the speakers and colleagues who assisted them in translating. So it's time for the panel discussion, and as usual, the schedule that we thought of catching up a little bit is not really happening. So I would request Dr. Paramita Dattade, Pratibha Sharma, Harshad, Shirisha, and Dr. Shashi Kumar to please come over and take their seats. And I request my colleague Shrotik to please moderate the discussion with them.
Hello. Hello, everyone. Thank you to all the esteemed panelists. We saw a very nice video, but there's one point that I would like to make. Inclusion of waste pickers needs to be from an empathetic view, not a sympathetic one. There are 3 things out here. Either it's apathy, that you don't care. All of you out here do care, that's why you're out here. Then there's sympathy. Oh, so bad. I feel so bad for her. Let's do something. Then there is empathy. They are useful. They are doing a good work. Let's give them that opportunity, give them that space. So let's keep this. With that saying, we are terribly behind schedule. And The lunch is almost there. So let us set us some time rules. All the speakers, can you just get this much? Hello, much comfortable. So let's set us some time rules. Every speaker will be given exactly 10 minutes. My colleague Amisha out there will be the timekeeper, and she would give a timer of exactly after 8 minutes. She will raise her hand, showing that you just got 2 minutes left to wrap up. All right. We might have follow-up questions. We have a dedicated session of half an hour. We might still have, if this goes well, we might still have 15 more minutes for follow-up questions, Q&A sessions. All right. With that said, I'll ask the first question to Pratima ma'am. Long question.
I hope to keep the answer short.
Our study highlighted that the enumeration of waste speakers is a critical first step towards the recognition, access to welfare entitlements, and a structured inclusion in municipal waste management systems. We understand that UNDP India recently signed a letter of agreement with the Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment, marking an important milestone in advancing of the Namaste scheme. As somebody like you who has been closely involved in this, could you please share your insights on the ground level progress that we have made so far? In addition, it would be valuable to hear about the key challenges that you have encountered so far, particularly with the respect of enumeration.
Right.
And what is the roadmap ahead? All right, you can.
Great. Thank you, Shrotik, and thank you, CSC and everybody for having us over here. In fact, I feel the experts have already spoken just before this session, and we have, really know what the real demand and the challenges and requirements are. So maybe we will not reiterate that. With respect to the progress, I think Mr. Singh has already elaborated in his presentation. So far, there are some 64 ROs or resource organizations who have been empaneled by the Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment with the support of NSKFDC, who is implementing this. And both Priyamvada is also here from Urban Management Center, and UNDP is supporting on the technical support unit. We have also reached out to around 30 states and ULBs, out of which 700 ULBs have started profiling. As part of the profiling process, Namaste has already reached out to more than 91,000 waste pickers, and we have enumerated around 32,000 waste picker. So the target is to reach around 250,000 waste pickers in the period of 2 years. That is what Namaste is envisaging. But as we all know, experts, practitioners working in this sector, we still do not have an estimate of how many waste pickers work in the country. I remember long back when I started my waste career with Swachh in 2013, us samay maine, I read about this one data that World Bank's report estimated around 1% of urban population is into waste management or is in the informal sector. Since then, there have been many estimates, 2.5 million to 3 million to 4 million. We still do not know what kind of, what is the number of waste picker or the population that we are talking about, that for which such targeted interventions by MAHUA, MOSJ, and various ministries are being planned. So I think since the detail lies in the data as well, so therefore enumeration, and as also Shrotik mentioned, is the first step and the right step in that direction. But having said that, there are many challenges in terms of how do we enumerate. First of all, we need more and more resource organizations, partner organizations to actually carry forward this work on ground. While there have been systems that's made in place, there are SOPs that are being set out, ROs ko diye gaye hain, ULBs ko diye gaye hain, but some of the challenges, for instance, there is not much outreach about the program yet. So for which we have started this helpline, the 14473, wherein we will be actively working on, increasing the outreach of the waste picker. Second, there are a lot of coordination challenges that we are facing right now, and this requires lot of, coordination across the ministries as well as across the partners. So for instance, once the profiling to be happen, so first step is profiling, and then the enumeration needs to follow. So for the profiling, we need to find out where are the clusters where these waste pickers are working, what are the different kind of waste picker categories. As we all know, while we are using that term, it is still not a homogenized category, right? There are hair pickers, there are waste pickers, there are waste pickers whose requirement could be very different than working in the MRF as to working in the landfill. So depending upon the context and the kind of the nature of work within the waste picking, this profiling needs to be done, understanding where these clusters are, and that's where the RO's role really comes in play. But now that will also have to happen along with the development of trust, which we see there is a trust deficit, because maybe historically there are many organizations who have started working with waste pickers or claiming that we work with waste picker, because that shows like we are on the right path. But then what does this integration of working with waste pickers really mean? And I think in the document, I was going through last night, and it details out very clearly that there could be multiple ways of integration and formalization, but then we need to have some common denominator where this definition of integration needs to be outlined clearly. So coordination between ROs, ULBs, that's where a lot of the work of the technical support units, through SOPs, through coordination meetings, through developing a homogenized M&E dashboard and framework wherein these indicators can be looped in. We also would like the ULBs to have more ownership and support. And I think for this, maybe a special discussion is needed just with ULBs. Like it was very clearly pointed out from the waste pickers point of view, from the ULBs point of view, because the intention to do this work is there. And we have seen it, in terms of many case stories, examples, success stories that different ULBs are implementing different model. But then, for instance, once the profiling is done, we need to do, the ULBs are required to validate whether these waste pickers are waste picker. So now that's where the biggest challenge lies. Like most professions, maybe the waste pickers, which was mandated in the SWM rules, but they do not have an occupational ID cards in most states, right? So there is no way, unless an RO or a waste picker is a self-declaring, or there are resource organizations who have worked with them. So there are different options that has been given in terms of how ULBs can validate waste pickers as waste pickers, so that the benefits reaches the right beneficiary or the participant for which it is intended to. So this is where we see the biggest lag in terms of 90,000 waste pickers have been profiled, but only 37,000 waste pickers are enumerated because the validation is still a delay. So we will have to, maybe through this discussion, Atinji, we can have a more detailed discussion, maybe just focusing on Namaste, because right now it is really taken up a good momentum to understand how we can really resolve some of these challenges and nuances within the process that's required. And then, of course, the lack of documentation. So there is a requirement of having at least one national ID for the waste pickers to be part of the process, either through Aadhaar card, bank details, voter ID card. So if there are many ROs, partner organizations who are working on social security linkages, and that was from the main point of view that at least one national ID documents exist, so that with that those database, we are able to bring them within the various portal of, say, national NHA that Mr. Singh mentioned, and various other schemes of e-shram and all. So while we are on the, and it's a huge task before us, so which will require a lot of partnership, a lot of working together. In fact, one such example that, if I may share, and with this, Shratika, I'll stop. So the helpline that we recently launched with the Namaste, we actually piloted this helpline for the last 2 years along with our partnership with Coca-Cola. And that's where we feel the catalytic, impact of such partnerships really come in play. So I read, I think in Rachna's slide, that fund in systems and not in pilots. So this gave us a very good example in terms of how do you pilot it, develop a building block and a proof of concept, but then how do you also envision it to bring it under the policy for national integration so that its impact can be really multiplied. So that's where we are. We really encourage everybody to use that helpline. Please give us feedback in terms of how it can be strengthened further and how we can increase the reach of the helpline. Secondly, I will also reach out to AIW members. We are coming up with 8 audio visuals. These modules are developed specially for waste pickers. We are also trying to, in the first go, we are translating in some 8 languages, Momali, I think. Okay, in those many languages, but the idea is how do we, I think even in the waste pickers discussion, understand that not many of them are aware of many schemes that's available for them. So we are putting out scheme on what essentially is social security, and then there are these focus videos on health insurance, women empowerment schemes, and various other, even on Namaste, so that we hope we'll be able to reach to the right audience and we are able to achieve this together. So that's from my end. Shruti.
Thank you so much, Pratibha ma'am. We actually missed the bio of the panelist, but we're not reading out the bio. She is from UNDP India, and you can connect with her during lunch. And next question is to Paramita ma'am. Again, she is the program lead at National Institute of Urban Affairs. Again, a long question. I'll go slow. A study indicated that successful integration of waste pickers into urban waste management system has been strongly linked to the presence of robust institutional support, whether through unions or civil societies like we have mentioned on Bangalore and Aurangabad, or through proactive urban local bodies. Give an example of Chandigarh. These intermediary institutions have played a vital role in identification, negotiation, and protection of waste picker rights. Given NIUS role in strengthening institutional capacities under the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, particularly in the area of solid waste management, could you please elaborate the stakeholder groups that NIUA specifically targets through this training and capacity building interventions? How are these efforts aligned with the broader goal of integrating informal waste workers? If possible, could you also share instances where such interventions have directly contributed to any of such inclusive models?
So, first of all, thank you for having me here. So at NIUA, we've been doing a lot of capacity building efforts under the Swachh Bharat Mission 1.0 as well as 2.1. There are some other projects through UN funded projects where we've been doing capacity building. Now, as part of Swachh Bharat Mission 1.0, we trained more than 6,000 officials from urban local bodies across more than 3,000 urban local bodies. So these were mostly mid-career or senior officials, decision makers, engineers, up to the level of sanitary inspector. We got a mix of these officials, and they were trained on various aspects, of solid waste management, where focus at that point in time was more on the technical aspects, more on collection, treatment, processing, and disposal. Going further, as part of a project by UNIDO and which was funded under the GEF6 cycle, we worked with 5 cities in India: Bhopal, Jaipur, Mysore, Guntur, and Vijayawada, where we did a training needs assessment, and we customized the training for each of these urban local bodies, where we included even the frontline workers. In addition to the ULB staff, which is the senior and the mid-career people, we also included the frontline workers, which included waste pickers. There, what we did is we, after having spoken to these people, unfortunately, we couldn't visit because it was COVID period and lockdown. So we spoke to them on phone and through Zoom calls. And we understood, we zeroed down on 3 modules where we did a TOT with NGOs working in these cities, who in turn trained these workers. And these training of trainer modules, one was on social security. So I'm happy to learn that UNDP has further made it into short videos. Ours was more like telling the trainer how to train the workers on access to social security schemes, what are the documents required. One was that. The other one was about leadership and skill building. That is, they need to be motivated because they're doing the same job over and over again. So how do they prepare their skills to interact with people, to be more assertive, and to be respectful of themselves? They're such good orators. So that was one. And the third one was on safety and security, which was on PPE, the protective gears, and how to use them. In India, we don't have protective gears which are customized to our climatic conditions, and the sizes are also different. So there is a lot of work being done by design schools. So for example, actually Hasirudala helped us in this module, and they actually made them wear these things, do some activities, and said that it is not that difficult. And they also work with some design schools in customizing these PPs. So that was one. As part of Swachh Bharat Mission 2.0, we have a knowledge management unit set up at NIU. It's a small unit where there are 23 empaneled Swachhata knowledge partners that are working to train across all the urban local bodies in the country. But it is not limited to these 23 Swachhata knowledge partners. The ministry has empaneled them just to help the states. If the state feels that there are other partners who are doing well, with whom they're working well, they're most happy to, ministry is all right with them going ahead. So we are now planning to have customized training programs instead of having a general training program where we talk about everything in waste management. So we are yet to freeze this plan, but probably we'll have something for the self-help groups, a program for self-help groups, a program for the sanitary inspectors, something for the youth, particularly targeted to the school children, and maybe something for college students. So, and in all these modules, and the modules that we prepared for these 5 cities, there is a module that we've prepared on integration of waste workers for ULB officials to learn how to integrate, wherein we have given them case studies also, some of which has been already spoken about, as to how to go about it, how to go in for an enumeration. We've given the example of Pune. So these are also e-modules. So we had these in-person trainings, and based on the learnings that we got from the in-person training, we've prepared short 10 to maximum 15-minute e-modules on various aspects of solid waste management, of which integration of informal workers is one. So I think that kind of answers most of the things you asked.
Hello. Yes, there's still 4 minutes, but thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much for answering the NIS plan. And so we actually have time, but for Harshad, I'll try to keep my question a little small. So Harshad is director at Swachh Pune, Swachh Cooperative in Pune. The Swachh PMC model is one of the most robust, long-standing examples of waste pickers integration in Indian cities. It's been globally acclaimed, and it has been highly documented, and it has been there for over 3 decades. Very simple question: why other cities are not being able to widely adopt it or similar model? Very simple question to you.
Thank
क्या
you.
गलत हो रहा है? शहर गलत क्या कर रहे हैं?
Thank you. Thank you for inviting and giving me the chance to answer the one question that I just can't answer. But I'll make an attempt. And thank you, Paramita ji, for allowing me to steal your extra time. See, it's difficult to do in a nutshell. That's the answer. It's extremely difficult to do. There's a lot of moving parts, and you have to build a lot of institutions, policies, engage stakeholders, bring them together in order to be able to do it. And I'll try and walk through those perhaps. I can't really speak for other cities because I've not really been to any other. But my understanding or energy. Maybe there's investment, but time and energy is not available. Let's see. It's a cooperative model, which means that it's not an entrepreneurship based where one person can really do a lot and bring people under them, subcontract and do it. It's a cooperative model. You have to maintain equity amongst thousands of people at the same time. It's a hyper decentralized model, which means you can't really have GPS tracking of every vehicle, time pe aaya ki nahi, and so on and so forth. It's a push card based model. So you need to have push cards, good, decent quality push cards to be able to do it, which means in every mohalla in the city, you have to find a good parking space. So really gets down to that level of, minutiae that one has to work with. It's a true doorstep model. Now the SWM system requires, SWM rules requires, like she was also saying before, Sarika, that you go to the gate of private premises, but Swatch goes to the doorstep. So I live on the 6th floor, my waste picker comes to my flat and I pay her directly. Same happens in a bungalow or in a, even in a commercial office space where they go to every office to pick it up. Unless they're not allowed to, then they take it from the gate. But that extension is not mandated by policy. It's something that Pune and waste picker has done. So to extend already, hum wo uthane ke baad, what will we do at the plants and all is a big question. Now we have to go to every doorstep. It's a big thing that many corporations don't want to get into. They think it's okay. Our responsibility is still the gate. It's also a direct user fee model. I'm mentioning the key aspects that are necessary to replicate. A direct user fee means if I am getting the service, I am paying for it. I am not paying the corporation. I am paying the waste picker who's servicing me. Or if I'm a housing society, I'm together from my maintenance, I'm paying the waste picker directly. How do you track those transactions? So there's 9.5 lakh transactions that happen between those 9.5 lakh properties and 4,000 waste pickers every day, predominantly in cash or UPI. There's no way for the cooperative or the PMC to keep a track of it. While there's absolute transparency in the sense that jitna kaam kiya, utna hi paisa milega. If you don't show up to work, people don't pay you. So there's no, fake attendance kind of mechanism that ends up happening. But it's tricky. Are we as a society or a state willing to go in that direction where we want that kind of direct user fee mechanisms? Even though for most of the services, whether it's Zepto, Blinkit, or it's your press wala, doodh wala, paper wala, we prefer that direct engagement rather than paying a third party to manage it for us. So I think the one thing is that it's very tough. Pune has had the background and history of a long 2 decades of waste picker organizing, coming together, fighting for rights with the police, with the municipal corporation, with every single possible aspect of government and society on which the Swatch model was built. And we've had the privilege of excellent municipal commissioners who've come in and taken the charge to actually move it. Some of the things that could be done. One thing is the perspective shift that I think even the keynote speakers mentioned before, and in the presentation also it was mentioned, that you have to stop looking at the informal sector as poor labor, someone weak that's marginalized that needs to be brought up. They're doing a lot of the work. We need to empower them and shift them into this. So utilize and leverage their capacity rather than just seeing them as someone who needs to be given some handouts or charity. The other thing is proactiveness, which we are now seeing in SWM and much more in Namaste perhaps, that the state is proactively now saying that, acha, aap hum tak nahi pahunch pa rahe, hum aapke taraf pahunch rahe hain. That proactiveness is required at the ULB level. Like you also mentioned, central government se aa raha hai direction, but the ULB is not validating. So that kind of proactiveness to identify, integrate, and run this system has to come from ULBs, but it is difficult. If the intention is there, it's very much possible. While we may all feel that ULBs are weak and they don't move and all of that, I have seen ULBs do whatever the hell they want to if they have the intention to do it. They have the power. Our constitution has given them fair amount of flexibility to be able to do it. The other thing is to design and develop. So Pune developed and designed its model cooperatively together with the PMC, with citizens, with waste pickers, fighting, arguing, negotiating, bargaining for 3-4 years before they decided how to do it. And there's a continuous requirement of doing that. But today we are in a day and age where there is a copy paste mentality. Indore ने ऐसे किया है, हमारे यहाँ पे करेंगे. Surat ने ऐसे किया है, हमारे यहाँ पे करेंगे. That doesn't really work. I mean, just the 10 cities that you've looked at where there's integration, every single model is different and unique based on the capacity of the people over there and the city and the socio-economic demographics, so on and so forth. So to co-design and develop with waste pickers is something that's very critical, that people are not doing that. One other thing is to look at the integration of waste pickers as a cheap way of doing things, as a it's financially prudent, it's socially prudent, it's environmentally prudent, but it's not necessarily cheap. You know, we are willing to put hundreds and thousands of crores into waste to energy plants and MRFs and RDF plants and all of that. We should invest in the people also. I mean, sir, बुरा मत मानिए, but आपको जितना पैसा देना चाहिए उतना आपको दिया ही नहीं है. ऐसे मैं कहता हूँ, 170 कोटी है, आपको 1700 मिलना चाहिए, 17,000 मिलना चाहिए, because you're going to facilitate maybe 40, maybe 45 lakh livelihoods across the country, and that's a massive number of people. So that investment has to come in, and I don't think it is there necessarily. In terms of policy, it's key to say there is no mandate for integration of waste pickers in the law. It is discretionary, it is persuasive, there is no mandate that has to come in. Otherwise, no ULB will do it. I'll give you one example. If the NSK FDC comes to Pune, I'm sorry, sir, आपका example सबको पता चलेगा इसलिए. If the NSK FDC comes to Pune, ठीक है, कुछ तो एक छोटा सा प्रोग्राम होगा. If the National Safai Karmachari Commission comes to Pune, then the additional commissioner and municipal commissioner will be there with protocol. There's a difference when it is mandated by law and when it is persuasive in nature. So if that mandate comes in the law, then we can go to the next step, which is developing the guidelines together. So MOHUA may develop the guidelines, NSKFDC may do it, but you have to bring all the different waste picker organizations like CSC, UNDP to put in their inputs to develop a guideline that would work for everyone, but it has to be backed by 100% has to be backed by law. Otherwise, we will do these programs, and that conversion won't happen, and cities will not have the mandate to be able to do it. The other thing is that I think one thing that Pune has done that many cities don't do is not to look at integration of waste pickers as something for the waste pickers, but something for the city, because now we have 900 housing societies that are composting at source, of which 300 are done by waste pickers, about 30,000 properties composting at source. We have 220 tons of dry waste recycled without any cost to the city. And actually the value of recyclables, because waste pickers have the right over waste, the value of recyclables pays for the collection of the waste itself. Because 70% of collection cost is user fees, 30% of collection cost is the value of recyclables. So you have to look at integration as a zero waste mechanism. Eliminate organic waste at source, divert organic dry waste from source directly, bring in producers to support through EPR mechanisms, waste pickers and ULBs to actually facilitate that integration. But this just a ULB can't do. You need state mandate, you need central government mandate to be able to move in that direction. Scrap shops, for example, are completely sidelined by the SWM rules draft, and generally by cities also. They're seen as nuisance, but they are as much as waste pickers, the scrap shops are the hubs where sorting happens and sale of recyclables happens. So we need to bring in all of these different things into it. I'll just make 2-3 points and stop. One, financing. There is a lot of money in SBM, I believe. 2 minutes left. Thank you. There's a lot of money that goes into capital expenditure, and it's understandable why that happens. World Bank does not come in and say we'll pay for labor costs. They'll say we'll build a plant, support that. But we are not trying to build a plant. We are trying to build a system, as Rachnaji said. And to invest in that system, we have to invest in the people. We have to invest in training officers to be able to actually understand why integration is possible. See, we are sitting in an echo chamber. यहाँ पे किसी को सिखाने का बात करने का जरूरत नहीं है. But honestly, tell me, the IS Officers Training Academy, does it talk about integration of waste pickers as a part of the curriculum for new IS officers? Because that is where you need it to be. All of us will go into the field, we all want to do it, but they are the ones who are going to lead the cities in the future. And I find it very difficult because ULBs, I mean, commissioners are horribly busy. Yeah, the second they come in, they're like, file dikao, sign karna hai, aage chalo, aage chalo, aage chalo. They need to be trained and brought into this from day one, and retraining again for all those who are already there. The financing bit should go to, there is no financial incentive for integration of waste pickers. आपको इस स्वच्छ सर्वेक्षण में थोड़ा marks मिलेगा, maybe उससे कुछ तो financing आएगा, but there's no direct financing mechanism. NSK FDC will fund the activity, right? But it is not necessarily an incentive for ULBs to do it. But if I build a big plant, I can get 50 crores, 100 crores, VGF, Govardhan, and all of that. So why do we not have a financing mechanism for this? Rachna ji also mentioned the climate finance, plastic finance is there, but it's very difficult to get. It's very far away, and ULBs are not going to go for that. The state needs to put money into being able to do this. And one last point is many institutions have to be built. As Paramita ji also said, in Pune, just to make it work, there is a trade union, the Swachh Pune Cooperative, the Swachh Plus Cooperative that does value-added services. There is a credit cooperative of waste, because every single government scheme in the world we are trying to get access to as much as possible, with some support of the ULB, but not enough. But if the ULB decides to do it, we've seen them turn the city around in 5 days. They can absolutely do it. But the intention has to be there. The intention will not come under, say, it has to be mandated by law. If you have a mandate by law, then it is very much possible to replicate things. And Swachh is not going to be replicated. Hopefully, aspects of it will be. True doorstep collection, direct use of e-payment, waste picker integration, diversion of dry waste directly from source into recycling, composting of organic waste exactly where it is generated, and all of that on the basis of a cooperative system. Doesn't have to be a cooperative thing, but an equitable system where the slum dwellers also get the service as well as the high-rises people do, and everyone pays a similar cost to their capacity possible. And VGF is introduced, financing is introduced. If we are able to put all of these different kind of aspects together, it's going to work. But today, every single model mentioned in the slide today, maybe every single is a stretch, but many of the models mentioned that were not started by the ULBs themselves are today threatened. I mean, I'm sorry to say, but after 10 years of me giving these same speeches everywhere, I know that I don't know if Swachh is there in the next 3 months or in the next 6 months. And I'm also sorry to say that this has been the case for the last 7 years. Every 6 months, it's like, nahi band karte hain aur kuch to karte hain, nahi band karte hain aur kuch to karte hain. It's okay. It's not written in stone. You have to change. But the core idea of the model that the entire world appreciates is something that needs to be replicated one way or the other, including in Pune, where visual cleanliness is taken as being far more important than sustainability, than costs, than livelihoods, than recycling, than composting, which all of us now slowly are understanding are the key things to look at. रास्ते पे कचरा नहीं चाहिए, पर रास्ते पे वेस्ट पिकर्स भी नहीं चाहिए जिनको कोई वेस्ट का एक्सेस नहीं है. हमारे लैंडफिल्स में मिक्स वेस्ट भी नहीं चाहिए, हमारा कंपोस्ट, हमारा ऑर्गेनिक वेस्ट से मीथेन भी नहीं चाहिए. दो शुड बी आवर प्रायोरिटीज, एंड वी कैन डू दैट इफ वी लुक एट इंटीग्रेटिंग वेस्ट पिकर्स in the way possible in the relevant cities. Thank you. Sorry, I've taken too much extra.
Very well made points, Harshad. I actually have a follow-up question. Keep it very brief. What do you think? How much bargaining powers do worker collectives have, in at least in the sense of an urban local body? You can share your insights from Pune.
Collectives that are willing to strike work bring in immediate power to be able to negotiate something, but they disappear over a period of time. Collectives that come together and look at the social, environmental, financial, and solid waste management aspects, train their members to understand, and all of them understand. Sarika will be better at explaining climate change than me. Bring it into their, truly bring it into their understanding, and then negotiate with the corporations. Bring in a lot of power. Bangalore, Pune, Aurangabad to its extent, all of these have been able to set up models not only because they were good cities and commissioners, but because the organizations and the waste pickers have really come together. The only waste picker models that will survive are the ones where collective bargaining is possible. So it is absolutely critical. Without that, it doesn't happen unless the government says ki yahi karna hai humko and brings in a law that mandates it. Then the collective bargaining is more about getting integrated, getting identified, and getting into it. So there's no escape from collective bargaining at all.
Well made points, Harshad. All right, moving on to our next panelist, Dr. Shashi Kumar. He's the health officer, chief health officer at Thiruvananthapuram Municipal Corporation. So from the study, we have come across that decentralization, like again, Harshad rightly pointed out a few minutes back. So a decentralization of solid waste management significantly improves both efficiency and equity. Ward level, community level systems such as DWCCs, SLRMs, the material collection centers have shown better outcome, at least in terms of employment generation, community participation, when compared to larger centralized systems. In this context, how do you find this in relation to the HKS models, which operates over 70 decentralized waste processing facilities. And based on your experience, do you believe that such a scale of decentralization is practical and replicable?
First of all, good afternoon. I would like to thank CSC for giving me this precious opportunity to talk. Also, we brought our Fasila, Hyderabad Sena. Also, we allowed her to express her experience. Thank you very much. So actually, the decentralization and centralization must travel parallelly. Okay. So in Trivandrum Municipal Corporation, we have in 2009, we have had a centralized plant. During 2013, it was closed down because of the public protest. You know, in Kerala, there is very easy to close down any plant. If 5 members decided, it is very easy to close down a centralized system because our democracy is very high. So I don't want to get complication. So in 2013, it was closed down. So there was no other opportunity, especially in the waste management system. So we decided decentralized system since 2013. So we distributed that pipe compost to about 87,000 households. Then we started a community composting system is called Tumburmuri and biogas plants. So each and every year we progressed gradually. So the community, it was they are very difficult to adopt that things because they were, as you said in 2018, not in my backyard. So that was the mentality of the each and every individual in Trivandrum Municipal Corporation. They gradually, through the IEC programs, they gradually adopted the decentralized system of waste management because there was no option. We have only one option, there is decentralization, because the existing plant was closed down by the community. So we initiated decentralization by distributing the 3-layer bins, the composting 3-layer bins, also community level the biogas plants, community level Tumburumuri bin. So they gradually adopted and accepted. So here the problem is the HR management. The human resources were utilized by our own permanent employees. About 914 permanent employees, the grassroots level contingent workers were there. So their workload was totally 10 times accelerated. Then because of previously they were used to do public place sweeping, stormwater drain cleaning, and communicable disease prevention activities like source reduction, fogging, spraying, and other waterlogging clearance and neglected well clearing. So these are all the important works to prevent the communicable diseases. So they were engaged in the waste picking. I mean, door-to-door collection. So our existing workers were totally exhausted. So that's why the government decided to new protocol, Harida Karma Sena. Why can't we adopt and accept a new thing, Harida Karma Sena? The peoples, those who are already organized communities called Kudumbashri members. So the government directed, allow Kudumbashri members to do this job. So that's why we initiated Harida Karma Sena. The government directed us to in 2017, but the Trivandrum Corporation initiated to recruit the Harida Karma Sena from the Kudumbashri since 2020. So, as I said earlier, we have 100 wards. About the projected population now 10.5 lakh. So 10,50,000 populations are there in the corporation. In each and every ward, we have self-help groups. They are otherwise called Kudumbashris. They have an ADS, CDS. So we organized a committee. We told them we need 10 to 15 members per ward for door-to-door collection mechanism. Immediately they adopted the ADS members and CDS members. They organized the meeting. They recruited 10 to 15 members from each wards. So as I said earlier, we don't have centralized plan for bio-waste management, but we constructed decentralized system to Murumadi biogas, also distributed the 3-layer bin for non-bio waste in each and every ward. We installed MCF, material collection facilities each and every ward. Also upgraded material collection facilities, otherwise called RRF, resource recovery facilities. The MCF, our main perception for storage purpose. In RRF, the secondaries and tertiary segregation, especially to pick up the valuable items. Also, we used to bale, and initially we practiced the shredding also. So here the Harida Karma Sena, each and every ward, we deployed 10 to 15 members. So the Trivandrum Corporation at present, we have 1,194 members of Harida Karma Senas. So 1,194 Harida Karma Sena were recruited. So 1,194 members were employed and empowered So there about 1,194 families were adopted the waste management system. They're one of their daily breadwinning job. Okay. So in entire Kerala, I am talking about the Trivandrum Municipal Corporation. In entire Kerala, about 36,000 Haridharma Senas were employed. So 36,000 employment were generated in entire Kerala. Okay. So their main job, non-bio waste collection, weekly once or monthly twice in each and every households. They transport the collected non-bio waste near MCF. From the MCF, our permanent workers, we have already vehicles, we transport this to RRF. In the RRF, they segregate the valuable items and they sell it off for recycling for other purpose. The rejected waste we are transported to cement factories as RDF. So the corporation bleeding out finance 1.5 crores per month as a reject waste. Also we are earning the money. About 1,194 families are also employed in this particular job. Here the termination is impossible. Once they enrolled as Haridharma Sena, that is impossible to terminate them because we have many bodies, 3-layer bodies. The ADS has to decide, CDS has to decide, the council, finally the council, it will come to the council. Why do you want to terminate them? The 100 councillors never accept because they are the breadwinner of the family. So if I am an officer, I cannot terminate Haridharma Sena. When chairman cannot, in grassroots health inspector cannot terminate them. There is no agreement. Initially they signed a MOU like that. So once they are appointed, they were working as a permanent employee. There is no termination, no retirement. They can work until they want to leave this job. So that is one of the most the Fasila's experience. So after joining in this Haridharma Sena, she had constructed her home. She decided to her elder daughter, because she want to become a doctor. Okay, she bought a bike. So the economic status of the entire Haridharma Sena improved. So we would like to improve the existing numbers into 20 members per ward because we are gradually expanding our acute transition of the higher urbanization, agglomeration also there. So 10.5 lakh today, the members, I think, if we go for a new census, it will more than 15 lakhs now. So we would like to decide to improve our Haridharma Sena numbers up to 20 members per ward. So overall, the new employment generation, not only the Trivandrum Corporation, in there Kerala, about 36,000 jobs were generated. Yeah, but decentralization, the problem is decentralization. We are adopted, the Trivandrum Corporation adopted decentralization because of lack of the land constraints, mainly the land constraints. There is no available land in the city because the overcrowding. But in the Kochi Corporation, in Trivandrum Kochi Corporation, there we had about 108 acres land. There we constructed centralized plants. So here also we are trying to construct new centralized plant, but I think it will happen within 6 months. So we would like to travel centralized, also in decentralized parallelly. So we cannot go long-term perception. We cannot succeed 100% with the decentralization. We need parallel system, centralization and decentralization. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for explaining the entire process and parallel centralization and decentralization based on your experiences from Trivandrum. We'll have the last panelist. I'll quickly introduce Shirisha. Shirisha ma'am, she is the capacity building lead at the National PMU Swachh Bharat Mission, Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs. And again, a long question. And we have time, so we can have a long answer too. A study underscores that meaningful integration of waste pickers into urban waste management requires formal policy backing, something which Harshad just mentioned, mandates. Specifically, policies must assign clear responsibilities to urban local bodies and include support waste pickers through structured programs aligned with state level guidance. While the Solid Waste Management Rule 16 commendably recognized the informal waste pickers and recommended their inclusion, the absence of enforceable mandates for urban local bodies has limited the extent of on-ground implementation. from Mahova's policy perspective, how is the agenda being advanced, and are there current or upcoming efforts to translate this intent into actionable mandates? And so that ULBs can ensure accountability for integration of informal waste workers. Over to you.
Thank you for the question, and an intimidating one at that. First of all, thank you for the platform, CSE. And it's wonderful to see colleagues from states, Maharashtra, Meghalaya, and Kerala, people who've been associated with Swachh Bharat mission, same as I. So wonderful to see you guys and also hear the stories from the ground. It's not always often that we do hear from the ground, especially in this area. So this is great. It's very insightful, and a whole panel of folks giving a lot of insights as well. This has been very, very meaningful. So let me try to attempt to answer this question, right? So the Ministry of Housing understands and values the contribution of the informal sector in this long chain of Swachh Bharat mission, last 9 years of Swachh Bharat mission, working in the space of sanitation, urban waste management, right? And this is kind of designed within the schemes of the ministry as well, whether it is Swachh Bharat mission or the NULM and so forth. Swachh Bharat Mission 2.0 specifically launched in 2021. The guidelines, the operational guidelines do mention the integration of scrap dealers, both informal and formal waste pickers as well. And of course, we are also talking about having to answer the enforcement part of it, but let me just talk about the policy bit for a second. Right, there's the guidelines, and then there's also the publications that Mahova has come up with in the recent past, one of which is empowering marginalized groups through SBM and Day NULM, which is now a different scheme, of course, and a joint publication with the CSC, the integration of informal sector and solid waste management. So basically, these two publications do bring out Mahova's intention, and in terms of how they see the framework of inclusion comes in. The primary role of Mahova, however, I have to emphasize, and of course, my director, Mr. Rana, has also indicated that in his keynote, is Mahova comes in a space where policy is required, guidelines are required, advisory, technical support, and more importantly, financial support for all of this to happen, right? And we do this from time to time, and perhaps not as seamlessly as it should be, but then we're getting there. More recently, I think in 2020, 2021, Mahova has we can draw a lot of parallels from this initiative and the successes from this initiative into mainstreaming or integrating informal sector as well. What Safai Mitra Suraksha does and has been doing since 2021 is trying to identify the very hazard, the very harm that is, occurs in the workspace of an informal worker or sanitation worker in their everyday operations, and eliminate that hazard, of course, but through mechanization, through provision of safety gear, through safety protocols, etc., and more importantly, funding provision for all of this. And partners, MOSG and NSKFDC have also been instrumental in ensuring this happens, especially in terms of PPE, provision of PPE, safety gear, protocols, and the enumeration, more importantly, which is the first step to recognition of the informal sector, right? One other important step that we have done under Safai Mitra Suraksha is trying to digitalize the ecosystem, because one of the key bottlenecks is lack of transparency, lack of traceability of both people sometimes and in the components involved, and try to digitalize it across the ecosystem, whether it's machinery, whether it's human resources, whether it's processes, etc., and making ULB the key hero in driving these processes. And this is, of course, a very recent initiative. We've also released a couple of documents, model contract and model empanelment document to guide the ULBs in contracting with informal sector as well. So what is the aim has been to sort of guide ULBs, understand the liabilities and responsibilities of the local body as well as the private contractor and their obligations towards the workers that they're engaging. And this is a very important step also under the direction of the Honorable Supreme Court. So these two have been our more recent steps towards, actionable rather than, just sitting on policy for the past couple of years. One other important initiative past 2 years that we have done is Safai Mitra Suraksha Shivers. These are basically annual campaigns. States are familiar with this. Basically, what ULBs are expected to do during this campaign period, which happens September, October, is organize single window camps for the vulnerable sections and more importantly for sanitation workers, including formal, informal, contractual, permanent, so on and so forth. These single window camps are aimed to provide preventive health checkups to all sanitation workers who are part of these camps, give them identity cards, uniforms, which are important for recognition and dignity, and also linkages to about 13 to 14 Government of India welfare schemes. This has been an important step, and we've noticed that a lot of family members are also involved as part of this Shivers, right? So this has been very important for us in terms of learning and in terms of bottlenecks that occur because the scale is large, the need is large, and right now we have not been able to institutionalize it as yet, but that is in the making. And at the moment, we're just learning from all of these initiatives that the MOHUA has put out there. You are also aware, you're also familiar with the SWAT Survekshan, the annual cleanliness survey that MOHUA has. Last 4 years, we've introduced this indicator of integration of waste pickers into one of the indicators under welfare of Safai Mitras. What this does is basically give an agency for ULB to figure out how they want to do it, number one, and also reward them for doing a good job on this indicator. So this has been another good learning. We're working on improving this indicator, and one of the keynote speakers also mentioned it's not important just to put a policy out there, but you also need to figure out how to measure it and how to further subclassify this indicator. The NULM scheme of MOHUA, which is now called as Deen Dayal Jan Ajivika Yojana Shahari, has added a new category, which is the sanitation workers and waste pickers. And this is also another important step from MOHUA. Under this scheme, there is skill development, there is credit linkage, financial inclusion, financial literacy, functional literacy, and financial education. Part of this initiative, we're hoping that this would also pave way for more integration from states and ULBs. And of course, Namaste, the joint initiative with MOSG, which has been pioneering the enumeration of waste pickers, and again, also a first step, important step for recognition. All of these being said, it is still the imperative of the states and cities to take this forward, right? MOHUA has put in some placeholders in terms of policy, in terms of guidance, advisories, etc., etc. But the Constitution itself mandates states and ULBs to take this ownership and do it in a way that makes sense to them. And from the stories that we have, from the examples that we've heard today, it clearly, like, this shoe that is not the same fit for everybody, right? Somewhere I've noticed that Shillong basically works very different from what Pune does, and both of them work in their own way. And it's important to recognize this distinction and this diversity and move forward, right? And again, to reiterate what my director said, like, as we move towards garbage-free cities, achieving garbage-free cities, technology is going to take a lot of prevalence. Advancement in technology is going to take prevalence. What this means is not just workforce, but skilled workforce will play a large and important role. So perhaps the question is also that it's not only just formalization, integration at a policy, like at a structural level, but also ensuring that these folks have a future, not just in waste management, but beyond waste management. How can we upskill them? How can we ensure that these guys are also rehabilitated in other spaces if they are interested, right? So that sweet spot of, having them being independent because that's their preference, as we understand, the flexibility, the independence, the skilling and advancement of waste management, and of course formalization. So that's a question again back to the floor to see how do we find that sweet spot to integrate all of these components and ensure there's some upliftment of the sector. That's from.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Shirsha. So we would now open the floor for Q&A. आप लोगों के पास जो भी सवाल है आप पूछ सकते हैं. But due to the paucity of time, yes, I will see again quick hand raises. We can only take 3 questions. Okay, there's four hand raised. We can take 4 questions. All right. We'll share the mics. You can ask the question to any panelist, and we will all try to answer it. To the keynote speakers too.
Hello. My name is SWM Rules. I'm the capacity building specialist under the Swachh Bharat Mission, Urban Affairs Department, Government of Meghalaya. Suggestions, not queries. Since Sir is here, Sir Rana is here, Sir Singh is here, and everyone is here. My suggestions is on the resource organization. Under Swachh Bharat also, we have the empanelment by the MOA, and under this Namaste also, and other schemes, like these resource organization was empaneled. But I'm talking on context of Meghalaya, resource organizations, it's when they come to Meghalaya, it's a burden for us. Okay, since they don't know much about Meghalaya. So I'm so sorry by saying that a burden is because we have an additional duties for me as a capacity building to take them, to train them, to introduce them. Actually, I expect a resource organization to support us. But a resource organization is taking my time, like what Madam was telling, like about the time and energy. I think so was telling about wasting of time and energy. So these so many resource organization and all. That's the reason we didn't empanel anyone for a capacity building under this Swachh Bharat mission. After discussing with them, we know that a training we need a training that is meant for us. That is training based on the needs of the Meghalaya context. So, and for under Namaste, actually I feel I have to train those resource organization on how to go about it. I was expecting a help from them. Okay. And the second thing is these mergers of these schemes and all. Actually, some of ULBs, urban local bodies, they have a maximum strength of 12, but so many works will come from NLUM, profiling just this morning, I got a call from the Urban Affairs Department that there will be a profiling again for voice speakers under NLUM. I said, why don't they do it under one go for Namaste and NLUM? Because we are wasting the time of the voice speakers. At the same time, we are wasting the time of the officials. And some of the ULBs in Meghalaya, they have a working strength of 12. So one day there's a profiling for Namaste, the next day profiling for NLUM. So all these things, it's wasting the time of our officials and at the same time, waste of time and energy. Thank you. That is my suggestions. Thank you.
Yep, that's a very valid point, Wampar. I think all of us would agree to that. All right, Shashi ji.
मैं शशि भूषण पंडित हूँ और मैं वेस्ट वर्कर्स का यूनियन है उसके तरफ से मैं बोल रहा हूँ. मेरा सवाल हर्षद भाई से है.
आप अपना वेस्ट जो ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है उसका नाम भी बोल.
ऑल इंडिया कबाड़ी मजदूर महासंघ. तो मेरा सवाल हर्षद भाई से है. हर्षद भाई, मेरा आपसे मतलब मैं ये मान रहा हूँ कि आप जो है स्वच्छ कोऑपरेटिव की तरफ से नहीं, मैं ये भी जानता हूँ कि आप लॉयर हैं, और लॉयर होने के नाते एक आप मुझे यकीन है कि आप ह्यूमन राइट्स के बारे में आपकी समझ होगी और आप जानते होंगे, और आप डिफेंडर भी हैं उसके, क्योंकि आप लंबे समय से लड़ रहे हैं। क्या ये समय अब नहीं आ गया है कि आज ही के अखबार में घोषणा है कि अब जो है मोदी जी करने जा रहे हैं, 15 अगस्त को घोषणा करने जा रहे हैं कि अब जो है कचरा मुक्त भारत हो जाएगा। और कचरा मुक्त भारत का जो सपना है वो कॉरपोरेट का सपना है, आपका हमारा सपना नहीं है, क्योंकि हम जानते हैं कि इंसान रहेगा तो कचरा रहेगा हमेशा। क्या अब ये समय नहीं आ गया है कि ये रूल को एक्ट में बदलने की तरफ आंदोलन हम लोगों की तरफ से शुरू होना चाहिए, क्योंकि रूल ही एक बैरियर है कि हमें काम नहीं करने दे रहा है। यदि एक्ट होता तो मैंडेटरी होता सभी के लिए और सब पे लागू होता, ये ट्रेनिंग और ये वर्कशॉप की जरूरत नहीं पड़ती, क्योंकि क्लियरली मेंशन होता कि आपको ये करना है। तो क्या इसकी जरूरत आपको लग रही है एज ए ह्यूमन राइट्स लॉयर?
So one thing is me being a lawyer is like a 10-year-old fake news. मैंने ट्रेनिंग लिया है पर मैं प्रैक्टिस कभी नहीं किया है. I understand what you're saying. My point is also that it should be statutorily mandated. Our current structure is in the form of the Environment Protection Act having all the different waste management rules separately. And yes, enforcement of the waste management rules is not as strong as the enforcement of the Environment Protection Act. But I don't think I'm in a position to say कि एक्ट ही होना चाहिए. जितना भी वेस्ट पे काम हुआ है अभी और बहुत सारा हुआ है वो रूल्स के तहत ही हुआ है. SWM के तहत हुआ है, अभी नमस्ते के तहत हो रहा है. यही चीज़ हम अगर सिर्फ मतलब हमारा ठीक है थोड़ा आशा कम कर रहे हैं कि आप रूल्स में तो एटलीस्ट क्लियरली अगर हम लिख देते हैं तो आप हैं या एक्चुअल लॉयर्स हैं वो कोर्ट में जाके कॉर्पोरेशन को पकड़ सकते हैं अगर उन्होंने किया नहीं तो. और हम मिनिस्ट्रीज के साथ बैठ के उनको भी एम्पावर होगा वो इम्प्लीमेंट करने के लिए. अगर हम को प्रोसेसिंग मैंडेट करते हैं तो सब करेंगे इवन इफ इट इज इन द रूल्स. एंड सो इन द सेम वे इंटीग्रेशन आई थिंक शुड बी मैंडेटेड एटलीस्ट इन द रूल्स.
कचरा मुक्त भारत जो हमारे माननीय प्रधानमंत्री ने जो कहा है उसका मतलब ये नहीं कि कचरा मुक्त भी 100% वेस्ट प्रोसेसिंग का मतलब है. कचरा तो बनता रहेगा, कचरा ये हमारा जो सिस्टम चल रहा है वो तो चलता रहेगा, लेकिन जो हमारा डंप साइट है जैसे हमारे वेस्ट जो उसको मुक्त भारत करने की को कह रहे हैं. इसके लिए नहीं कह रहे कि आप जो कचरा पूरा काम ही बंद हो जाएगा, ऐसा नहीं है. वो कचरा मुक्त भारत का मतलब ये है कि जो है हम लोग जो है ये 100% प्रोसेसिंग में चले जाएंगे.
राणा सर, आपने जो एक कीनोट में आपके कहा था कि देयर इज अ टाइमलाइन डिसाइडेड फॉर एलिमिनेटिंग वेस्ट एंड एंश्योरिंग 100% प्रोसेसिंग. आई थिंक हमारा पॉइंट यह है कि उसके पैरेलल एक टाइमलाइन होनी चाहिए फॉर आइडेंटिफिकेशन एंड इंटीग्रेशन ऑफ वेस्ट बिकॉज दैट हैज द सेम लेवल ऑफ फोर्स, the political, administrative, financial, intentional force to make both of those things happen at the same time. I think that is the point. Rule है, act है, हमने किया.
ऐसा मैंने आपको कहा है कि भारत सरकार जो है स्टेट के साथ मिलकर काम करती है. कर रहे हैं, हम भी कर रहे हैं, स्टेट गवर्नमेंट यूल भी कर रही है. सरकार जो भी स्कीम बनाती है स्टेट से कॉमन शेयरिंग करके जो है स्कीम बनाती है. तो ये तो शेयरिंग बेस पे है, पेयर लर्निंग बेस पे है. तो लर्निंग में जैसा आपका जो हो रहेगा तो सरकार उस पर कर सकती है.
Perfect. We'll be taking 3 more.
नमस्ते, मेरा नाम जयप्रकाश चौधरी है और मैं एक बेस्ट स्पीकर के साथ साथ मैं सफाई सेना का जनरल सेक्रेटरी भी हूँ. मैं सर बोले मैं उनसे सहमत हूँ, सर जो बोले वो सही है. मैंने आज 25 साल से पॉलिसी बनते ही देखा और पॉलिसी को दबते ही देखा. सिर्फ यही देखा और यही महसूस किया क्योंकि मैं एक बेस्ट स्पीकर हूं. सिर्फ पेन दिया गया है हम लोगों को, पेन के अलावा हम लोगों को कुछ नहीं दिया गया. आप कुछ भी कर लें. आप आज भी दिल्ली शहर में देखेंगे, दिल्ली शहर की नहीं हर एक शहर की बात करते हैं तो बेस्ट स्पीकर की बात करते हैं. बेस्ट स्पीकर को तो खत्म किया जा रहा है. हकीकत बात यही है. और ये मैं चैलेंज करता हूं कि जिस दिन बेस्ट स्पीकर खत्म हो जाएगा उस दिन अगर आपके शहर कूड़े में नहीं तब्दील हो गया तो फिर आप बताइएगा कि ये हुआ क्या है. बेस्ट स्पीकर आपका धरोहर है, आपकी रीढ़ की हड्डी है जिसे आप नहीं समझना चाहते हैं, नहीं सुनना चाहते हैं, न उस बात को आगे बढ़ाना चाहते हैं. यहाँ सिर्फ बात है कि पॉलिसी बनाना है, अपना दुकान चलाना है और अपने आप को बेहतर साबित करना है। ये नहीं होगा, ये हिंदुस्तान है और ये आपको देखने को मिलेगा 2-3 साल के अंदर, आपको देखने को मिलेगा। अभी दिल्ली कचरे के ढेर में तब्दील हो रहा है, तो ये बहुत दुख की बात है, अंदर आत्मा रोता है। आप लोग तो सिर्फ आते हैं, कहते हैं, लिखते हैं, पढ़ते हैं और चले जाते हैं। उन वे स्पीकर से जाके पूछिए जो आपके घर में जाता है, जो रोड से कूड़ा उठाता है, उनका आत्मा क्या बोलता है, क्या कर रहे हैं वे स्पीकर के लिए। कचरा मुक्त भारत कर दीजिए। कचरा मुक्त भारत कभी नहीं होगा। हाँ, ये है कि कागज पे कचरा मुक्त हो सकता है। कचरा मुक्त भारत कागज पे हो सकता है, जब तक आप वे स्पीकर के साथ काम नहीं करेंगे, कम्युनिटी में काम नहीं करेंगे। हम आज 25 साल से एक सजेशन दे रहे हैं, हर एक वार्ड में जो है ना MRF होना चाहिए, जहां सेग्रीगेशन हो, कंपोस्ट हो, वहां पे गैस का उत्सर्जन हो। लेकिन नहीं, क्यों? उसका कारण है कि आप जो है सिर्फ उनको काम देते हैं जिनके पास पैसा है। आपको नॉलेज की जरूरत नहीं है। जिसके पास नॉलेज है, जो काम कर रहा है, उनकी जरूरत नहीं है। और हमारे पास 2 करोड़ है नहीं, हम जमा कर नहीं सकते, हम आगे आगे काम कर नहीं सकते। धन्यवाद।
नहीं, बिल्कुल सर she has been raising hand for a long time. सर से लास्ट खत्म करेंगे, सर को माइक दे दीजिए।
Hello, hi everyone.
Give it
My
to her,
name is
please.
I'm Viraj. I work with the Council on Energy, Environment and Water (CEW), and I am based out of Ludhiana, and we co-create SWM strategies with the Municipal Corporation of Ludhiana. My question is to Pratibha. This is regarding the UNDP Accelerator Lab study in Danang that was done to map informal waste workers. A very good, helpful study. I think this is also a question to Harshad and other panelists. My question is for the enumeration strategy that we are talking about and the on-ground mapping of informal waste workers. So that is there, is there a need or for a researcher like me, for example, who is entering a city and just wants to understand the network, the informal waste network of a city where like we know it's not documented, etc. What can be like a useful, like few first steps to go ahead and begin this kind of journey? Yeah.
The cheat code is go to the landfill and see the scrap shops next door. Find 5 scrap shops in 5 corners of the cities. Look at the biggest slums in the city and go to the scrap shops next to that, because at the scrap shops you'll find every single waste picker who comes there. You'll have to talk to them, identify them. If there isn't already an organization doing it, there is a document published by Namaste also on how to undertake enumeration and go through it. You can approach someone from Alliance of Indian Waste Pickers to give you an idea. You can visit a city where, whether it's Delhi or Pune or Bangalore, where some work is being done. Just get some tip. Look for the scrap shop. Raste pe rehta hai. India mein the symbol of scrap shops is oil cans hanging by the outside. So if you see an oil can on the road, just stop and you'll find waste pickers there. They may not be in a network though.
I think that's answered. We'll have 2 more and sir आपसे खत्म करेंगे. आपके पास mic है? Perfect. ठीक है.
Good afternoon, everyone. So I'm Prakshi, the National Project Manager in NSKFDC, and I'm working for the implementation of Namaste scheme. My question is to Sri Risha ma'am. So in the wake of recent police verification drives in Gurgaon, most of the migrant waste pickers have migrated and the city is being piled up with huge waste. So I wanted to know, how does this sudden migration affects the urban waste management sector, and what measures are the ULBs taking to further prevent the sanitation breakdowns, as it is getting worse day by day?
Thanks for the question. I will also ask Rana to sort of supplement my answer. This has come to the notice of the ministry, and as always, from time to time, ministry does review the scope and then the issue of the problem and asks the ULB to sort of respond. So this is a routine process that the ministry follows. One. Number 2, I think waste management crises have always been, on and off with different ULBs. However, the day-to-day implementation issues of a ULB is something that the ministry does not involve in itself with, but does take a review from time to time. With respect to policy, also it's the same, like it's the ULB and the state, basically, we do have a quarterly review, we do have like a impromptu review sometimes. So that is how we tend to like understand whether the infrastructure is in place or not, whether it's some guideline violation is happening. So.
All right.
So
So
do you
we'll have
want
the
to-
last question.
मैं किशोर कुमार बाल विकास धारा TWWF से मेरा सर ये क्वेश्चन है जो ये नमस्ते योजना जो अभी चल रहा है तो इसका जो है सर्वे हो रहा है तो इसका क्या फिर वेरिफिकेशन होगा या नहीं होगा उसके बाद ये यहाँ जो कहा गया है 20 या 30 हजार का होगा दिल्ली में जो है वेस्ट स्पीकर 70-80 हजार से ऊपर है लाखों की है संख्या में और ये जो है सिर्फ कागजी पे 25-30 हजार करके छोड़ दिया जाएगा बाकी का क्या होगा
आप बोल सकते हैं किसको ये सवाल पूछ रहे हैं
ये योजना से जो मैम जो है ना उससे
हाँ I'll give you a mic.
एक्चुअली योजना के अंतर्गत ही सर्वेयर और वैलिडेटर डिफाइंड है, तो जो सर्वे करेगा रिस्पेक्टिव अर्बन लोकल बॉडीज या जो भी उसके हेड होंगे वो उसको वैलिडेट करेंगे, उसी टाइम वैलिडेट करना है। ऐसा नहीं कि बाद में वैलिडेशन कभी होगा, 1 साल बाद होगा, 2 साल बाद होगा, उसी टाइम वैलिडेट करना है। और ऐसा नहीं कि हमने नंबर फिक्स कर दिया है, हमने टारगेट लेके चलें कि कम से कम 2.5 लाख तो होंगे ही, बट 2.5 लाख से भी ज्यादा हो सकते हैं। ये नंबर फिक्स नहीं है कि 30 हजार हमने दिल्ली के ईयर मार्क। जितने भी वेस्ट पिकर हमारे उसमें क्राइटेरिया जो हमने अभी प्रेजेंटेशन दिया था, हमारे क्राइटेरिया में जितने भी वेस्ट पिकर, वेस्ट वर्कर, वेस्ट कलेक्टर आते हैं, सबका इन्यूमरेट, इवन तो जो वेस्ट कलेक्शन व्हीकल का ड्राइवर और उनका जो हेल्पर है उनको भी इन्यूमरेट करना है, बिकॉज दे आर इन्वॉल्व इन द वेस्ट सॉलिड वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट वैल्यू चेन। तो ऐसा नहीं है कि हमने 30 हजार ही नंबर फिक्स किया, जितने भी हमारे क्राइटेरिया में फिट होंगे सभी को हम इन्यूमरेट करेंगे। तो वेरिफिकेशन वो अर्बन लोकल बॉडी के जो नोडल ऑफिसर हैं उनको करना है, तो वो अपने हिसाब से हमने क्वेश्चनर इस तरह से बिल्ड किया हुआ है। हाँ, वैलिडेशन प्रोटोकॉल है, उसका स्टैंडर्ड ऑपरेटिंग प्रोसेस है, उसके हिसाब से ही वो वैलिडेट करेंगे। सर्वेयर तो मान लो सबका हो गया, बट कोई वेस्ट पिकर नहीं, उसका भी सर्वे हो गया, बट जो अर्बन लोकल बॉडीज के नोडल ऑफिसर हैं वो उनको
बेसिकली लंच में अभी यहाँ डिस्कशन के बाद या yes so we are at the conclusion of the event. So as Shruti was saying that we are terribly late, so I will keep this very brief. So we would like to give our heartful thanks to all the keynote speakers, Mr. V.S. Rana sir, Mr. Rationale ma'am, and Mr. P.K. Singh sir. Your discussion added a lot of value into our symposium. We also like to thank our keynote speakers. Your discussion, insightful discussion, has given us the opportunity to understand the persistent challenges and the emerging opportunities for the waste picker community and what we can do in the informal sector. And we are also very much thankful to Ms. Mau and Shrotik, the research authors, Aten for research direction, and there are a lot of research support we have, Harshad, Lubna, Shilpa, and Ashish, for all of your help. It has provided us the opportunity to come onto a forum where we can discuss a lot of the aspects and exchange what we can do and make things more stronger and more powerful to work on ground. At last, I would like to thank the representatives itself from the community, from the waste picker community, who have actually shown us what is the importance of the work, and it really adds the great value on the in our lives. And that is the most important thing that we should get from here, that whatever is being done on the ground adds a lot of value into our life. So that's all we have for the vote of thanks, and thank you. We have lunch outside. You can go and have your lunch.